The following program contains spoilers for every single series currently running in Weekly Shonen Jump. Listener discretion is advised.
Hello again.
Hello.
How are you doing?
You're starting off with like the difficult questions. You're American. You just think I'm going to say fine, but I'm German, so I'm going to say, I have this thing and that thing, and since you asked, I have to answer honestly. Wasn't there a Twitter or a Tumblr thing that's basically saying like, don't ask people how they are because that's ableist or something like that?
Oh yeah, I think I vaguely remember that. I was thinking more about the comparison of people from different continents and what their responses mean.
I see.
And I think
I kind
for
of
Americans, then it's if you ask them how are you doing, they say I'm doing good. That means that it's just neutral. If they say I'm okay, that means I'm not feeling well. And if they say I'm doing awesome, that means you're feeling well.
Isn't that also the same for women? Like when they say I'm okay, it means you bastard. You did the thing to me, and I'm not going to tell you what it is. And
how do I look in this dress?
It's that kind of thing, right? It's one of those where you have
it's
to
cultural differences.
Cultural
differences between Americans and Europeans, and also between men and women.
You also need to know the code words for between human and elf.
Mm-hmm. I'm gonna learn. I'll have to learn from you over all of these episodes of this podcast, which is called Orekara.
Yeah, that's short for 俺たちの漫言はこれからだ. Our podcast has only just begun. This is the show where we talk about Weekly Shonen Jump as we read it. We don't read everything. We're not reading...
We read most things.
Most things. We're not reading High School Family, Mashle. Are you reading Black Clover now?
I am reading Black Clover. I still haven't caught up. But I'm reading the new ones.
So let's pretend we're not reading it, because we're also not reading Yozakura Family and Undead Unluck. And we're not reading the one-shots, even though I put the color page in the back. Just to look at it.
Yeah. I think in general, people who speak English do not read the one-shots. So
it's a problem. Sometimes they really have a banger in there. And the one-shots are always like the application for somebody to get serialized.
Yeah,
if
that's a good system.
One shot does well, because the one shot is also subject to the rating system that people use. Weekly Shonen Jump always comes with a survey card that you can fill out and win prizes like a Nintendo 64. And it's just a prize raffle, but they use that to determine what's good and what's not. And if the survey answers are congruent with the tankobon volume sales, then that means something that needs to get axed or not.
Yeah.
And this is what we pretend to do in this show as well. We give ratings as we would if we were
we rank things, but we don't actually fill out the paper.
The thing is, I already have a Nintendo 64, so we don't need to do that.
Yeah. When do you think they're going to make like a Nintendo 64 Classic that's like a quarter of the size of the original thing, but has all the games like on it already?
Would be really good.
Really good. Yeah.
I think that would be really good this year for Christmas, but I don't think they would do it because there's no signs for it.
Yeah.
And it's really close here. Maybe next year would be really good.
Maybe someday.
I would love it.
Just keep going through them. Anyway, this is episode 28 of our show, and we are reading a double issue, 36 and 37. So that means
that's always
week,
the same.
That means nothing next week, right?
Yes, except Chainsaw Man.
Yeah. Okay. So we will see you next week for Chainsaw Man, which is not this time. So how did you like this very summary issue cover? All the warriors are here.
All of them. That's
All of them.
They always do that for almost every double issue. They ask the authors to draw their main character in one of the themes that they decide on. It kind of really shows like the juxtaposition between the different art styles. Everybody's trying to compete with each other. It kind of makes it clear who's good at drawing and who's not.
Who's your favorite on this page?
Ooh.
It's all the newbies in the back, isn't it?
Well, the ones who are relatively unpopular get this is the most clear popularity depiction that Jump will ever put out, because all of the biggest pull horses get to have big pictures, and everybody else gets smaller and smaller the less popular they are. Where's Nico and Moy? Top right.
There's Nico at the top right. I don't see Moy. Maybe just because Witch Watch is relatively new, or maybe because it's underrated.
It's underrated, of course.
It needs more fans.
Of course.
It's like, why put Nico behind one of the girls from Blue Box? It's much more fun.
Oh no! Does that mean Blue Box is... I mean, people have posted rumors about Blue Box getting an anime.
Oh really? Yeah, I wouldn't be surprised. I've seen posts that people seem to like it, even though it's the sports manga with less sports action than Roboco has.
And it's the most cringe-worthy series in the whole issue.
I guess in the whole magazine. People appreciate the verite of that. Like, just like me for real.
No, it's too realistic, and it doesn't do the romance thing. That's
you say that every week that there's cringe in Blue Box. You're saying this is too real.
You can't say it often enough.
That reality. The main thing I wanted to point out of this is it's very befitting of the characters for Deku to be offering the viewer his candied apple, and Luffy to just be stuffing his face with the yakisoba.
Of course.
And it's a bit funny that Itadori gets the pop gun, despite I don't think he
never
ever
having
uses
used
a gun. Yeah.
It's okay.
Like, now it's my time. I'll get the pop gun.
A gun. Bang, 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 bang. Yeah, I can't really say which one's my favorite, because everything is kind of... I would say Deku looks like he's drawn the best.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Luffy, I think they fucked up the resolution.
Yeah, he looks weirdly upscaled. Like he was supposed to be further away, and they just zoomed
Itadori
in.
looks like he's downscaled. It's like the lines got
they all drew on different sizes of paper. So
someone accidentally clicked on Shift S and made it him a little bit sharper.
Horikoshi was the only one who drew on the correctly sized paper. And Oda had like a tiny postcard, and then Gege had a giant poster sheet drawing on it. They all look different resolution.
Kind of so that's a setup for a manga about manga authors.
Was that not ever in Bakuman?
No, but
maybe it should have been. There'd be a spin-off for that. Anyway, going on to
just jump right into
manga,
it.
Yeah. Got Sakamoto Days and a very nice color spread.
Yes, surprisingly,
it's really cool.
You rarely get a really good one from Sakamoto Days.
Yeah, one of those flashback ones with Akira's aunt and Nagumo and Sakamoto looking very cool there.
I've seen a lot of people thirsting for Sakamoto, like, oh no, he's hot.
He was so hot before he got fat.
Can still go back. He's still 29.
He's still young. Yeah, that's right. The old man, manga old man is still pretty young. So it's all right. Where's his glasses though? When did he start wearing glasses?
Good question.
Yeah, because one of his rings actually looks kind of like a face with glasses, doesn't it?
Is it the logo inside the Sakamoto?
It does look like the logo. Yeah.
Maybe that's it.
Mm-hmm.
They're also really fashionable.
Mm-hmm.
The posters
They're much
are
cooler
really
looking
cool
than
too.
Jujutsu Kaisen corresponding.
Yes, like normally Sakamoto is really unstylish, but this is so much cooler than pretty much everything in Jujutsu Kaisen.
Yeah,
What a
they're not
shame.
quite to the level of Drip Bucky, but they're looking pretty cool here. I really like the holographic glitter pants that Akira's aunt is wearing.
That's a cool effect.
Yeah, I'm like, wow, that's
Effort.
painted. Yeah, it's a lot of effort. So
It's probably
good job, Yuto Suzuki's assistant who handles the color.
If you're drawing digitally, that's probably really easy. We just don't know how to do it. But
I'm
props
sure it's
to
just some like
them
layers.
figuring it out.
Yeah, just put some layers on there.
Either way, show me the Japanese.
Version.
It looks so much better.
So much text. What's all that say?
Tomodachi jo, more than friends. Koroshi. Wait, what does it say in the lower? Koroshiya.
Oh, am I blocking it?
I've got to zoom in. Koroshiya. Miman.
You see it now?
Yeah.
Yeah. What's it mean?
Huh? Wait, I don't get it.
Oh, I moved myself to the side.
Yeah.
What does it mean?
More than friends, less than killers? I don't get it.
Is it a pun?
Maybe.
Let's just assume it's a pun.
I don't really
move on. Yeah.
I don't care enough to think about it. Maybe that's the reason why they never translate this the Japanese stuff, because sometimes it's too hard.
We couldn't be bothered. We'll just leave it blank.
Either way.
This is chapter 82, titled Aikido Love. But so when I saw the title as Aikido Love, I was like, oh, it's gonna have lots about Satoru Sensei. But it doesn't. She's there for one panel.
Yeah, it turns out it's just so little. I was a little bit disappointed. A little bit disappointed that it's called Aikido Love, but only really mentions that she's an Aikido master.
It doesn't show her doing anything.
It doesn't show her. But at the very least, we do get a reveal what's happening to Mafuyu and
that's the
Sakamoto
main
fangirl.
portion of the chapter, is showing that Mafuyu and the Sakamoto fangirl are in the bad guy base, the slur base, with what's his name? Deer guy?
What's his name? God damn, I keep something with K.
Kashima? Kashima. I think his name is Kashima.
That sounds correct.
Sounds about right. Yeah.
Dear guy is okay to say. Everybody knows. Everybody would be able to recognize that better.
Easier than his actual name.
You go like Kashima and everybody's like, who? Dear guy. Guy.
That's the one.
So this chapter had a few nice bits and pieces that characterize both Mafuyu and the fangirl and the deer guy, because Mafuyu has these bits where he's constantly
very germophobic.
Yes, and he's constantly freaking out about like getting touched or not taking a bath before sleeping. She's eating ice cream, but it's already molten and he doesn't want it because it's gross that way. He steps on a cockroach, and that's the ultimate, which I can understand. If I ever stepped on a cockroach, I would die.
You'd be killed right there and then.
It would be funny, but also like, what a way to go! I haven't read One Piece yet. I don't know what it is.
No, cockroach! How could you do this to me? You're killing me before I could get to the end of One Piece.
Until I find out what Oda's next series after One Piece is, I cannot step on a cockroach.
Your foot will be coming down towards it, and you'll have this sixth sense. No. I can't die yet. The world will
I
go
just have
dark,
to-
and you'll go into the zone.
I just have to. I just have to hope that it's one of those cockroaches with an evil aura that
Mhm.
I can sense from miles away.
Yeah, and avoid it.
Either way, I have a slight suspicion that the fangirl, I also forget her name, will kind of switch sides because
She
first
says it. She literally says it. when
she's
this
like,
dude
this guy is
appears.
really nice to us. Then she sees
Yeah, they
a
basically
slur.
do good cop, bad cop, right?
Yeah,
Where one is like attacking them, the other's like, oh, don't be mean to our guests.
and
she's like, I'm a fan.
yeah, she gets into it. She understands what's good about a character.
Yeah.
So I have a suspicion that Mafuyu is going to rebel against them, but she might join them.
Yeah. It's possible. Then they'll have to fight her.
And then we also get some characterization from Dear Guy, where he freaks out.
This is Dear Guy without the mask. He's
Yeah.
got all these stitches on him. And he's got like this weird ability where his arm breaks into a bunch of segments.
Yeah.
And can attack. Not like Buggy, they're still connected. It's like
as buggy as you can get in a realistic
series. I think there was a guy in Naruto who could do that.
I suppose you can.
Yeah, but it's a freaky ability.
I've seen a surgery where they did that with somebody, and it's in real life.
Real life?
Yeah, where like when you. I don't know. There's bone lengthening surgeries.
Okay.
Like when somebody wants to
like
get
when you
taller,
have one
they
leg shorter than another or something.
Yeah, they open the whole leg and then they put something in between or something like that. I don't really get it. It's just
it doesn't come apart. I've seen that before, and what they do is they put in a lengthening brace into your leg that pushes the bone apart, but it's just like braces for your mouth, right? You have to wear it for years before your body gets used to it, and like it's not like the two sides of your leg will come apart and go their separate ways.
No, I've seen that. It's extremely gross. It's very like if you ever want to become a doctor,
very gross.
Look at this and reconsider. Either way, this guy can do it.
Has, in a very extreme way, where his arm just kind of pops into segments and becomes lengthened, and that's how he's able to catch them. And he kind of explains a bit of his philosophy here, where he gets mad at Mafuyu for accidentally the cockroach, because he's like, oh, it's a life. If you're gonna kill something, you have to have mercy. So he like squishes it even more. Yeah, you have to kill it. 100%. Make sure it's dead. Yeah, 200% dead. And he also reveals that they can't run away because, like Anakin Skywalker, they put bombs inside their bodies. So if they try to run away, then boom.
Is that a Anakin Skywalker thing?
Yeah. In episode 1, they ask about why or how Anakin and his mom are being kept as slaves on Tatooine. When it's like, there's not a lot of security around the town they're in. And he's like, oh, it's because they put bombs inside our bodies, and if we try to run away, they'll blow us up.
I totally forgot about that.
Yeah. And this is exposition being done by a 10-year-old, so it's very well-read exposition and world building. Anyway,
I see.
So the final thing is this is all Natsuki explaining that he doesn't know what exactly happened, but he got a call from Mafuyu with nothing. Like, he didn't say anything. It's like he only does that when he's in trouble.
Because he's embarrassed to ask his bro.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, it's funny that he explains it. He's embarrassed to ask me directly, when in the moment it looked more like he didn't want to be talking to me in front of these guys, because the deer head guy and and Slur are like always watching them. It's like I'll just put in a call without talking.
He could have done that previously when they were sneaking around the warehouse. He could have just called him and be like, yo, I don't know where I am. These guys kidnapped us. Maybe
at that point he probably was like, maybe I can handle it on my own. It's just that after he got beat by Deer Guy, he's like, okay, I definitely need help now.
Very convenient that he didn't do that. At least for Slur, it is.
Yeah. But Natsuki is deciding to help them out. He's like, oh, I'm an ace weapons maker. And it doesn't really explain what kind of ace weapons he's going to help them make to defeat the sensei.
Yeah, that's really weird. First of all, it's kind of a weak cliffhanger for next week. Doesn't make me that excited. And secondly, I've never thought of Shin to be in need of a weapon. At least not a dedicated, like, this is his one and only, I don't know. What would he be using?
Well, because he's already got a special ability, and Natsuki's thing seems to be making equipment that has, like, special abilities to it. So
right. So let's pretend that he got a gun. Right, a special gun, let's say. Wouldn't that have to be his, like, all-time, can't use anything else because that's the special thing that I got made by Natsuki?
I don't know, because I mean, like, I'm kind of seeing him as becoming the like Q from Bond, where he can make them a bunch of gadgets, and it won't necessarily be like, oh, here's your item and this is your special item, and more like I'm gonna make a bunch of weird stuff, and you use it as the occasion needs, rather than this is your primary thing that you use for everything. That's how I'm expecting it.
I guess a more manga comparison would be Detective Conan, where he gets his tranquilizing watch and his super soccer shoes and the ball he can inflate to immediately get a projectile, and his necktie that he can use as a voice changer. The whole arsenal. So basically, if he's decking them out with a whole arsenal, kind of feels like that feels like that would be so many gimmicks. On top of Shin being able to read minds. I don't know if that would be a thing that they can't, like, just get away with.
I don't know, because I'm like, it could be fun. I mean, it is a bit strange to do that fairly late in the series.
Yes, that's what I mean.
Like, oh, here's your guy who makes weird things that give you special abilities, when so many of the characters seem to already have some sort of special ability to begin with. But whatever, it could be fun. I'm sure he'll make some interesting things.
I suppose that's what we're supposed to be excited about. I'm not really excited about it, and that's why I'm only giving it 60 points.
Yeah, it makes sense. I would put this kind of... I really liked the part where Mafio and the fangirl are fighting the deer guy, because it's one of those action scenes that has a lot of characterization within the action scene, and I always like that. So that was good. But otherwise, the stuff that's actually at the school is a bit underwhelming. So I'd agree. It's a bit of a middle of the pack chapter. Still enjoyable, but not as good as it could have been.
Yeah.
Going on, we do have something that is very good. Manga. Because it's One Piece.
One Piece.
This is chapter 1056. Cross Guild.
So many.
I know. So many chapters.
I got spoiled extremely hard on this chapter.
Oh, really?
I kind of already found out what the good part about this chapter is.
Oh, no.
I don't know if that kind of diminished my enjoyment of the chapter. Because I was already prepared for the best thing to come, the best reveal. And everything else kind of seemed bland in comparison. There's of course still a few enjoyable bits.
Yeah.
Because like the one that we're looking at right now, where Kinemon is kind of humble bragging about his wife, and Raizo, who is kind of almost dead, is like, "Oh, I wish I had a girl." It's like
poor Raizo.
Virgin Raizo versus Chad Kinemon.
Yeah, exactly. My favorite Kinemon moment of the chapter was this one, though.
Yeah,
where Sukiyaki is like, "Oh, all of you knew it was me all along," and the other samurai are like, "Yeah, of course, we figured it out really fast."
Everybody is giving a different reason how they knew, and Kinemon's
why they didn't say it. Yeah,
I didn't know it.
like,
Oh
shit! I had no idea.
That was kind of nice. It was a return of the gag when they were starting to raid Onigashima, where he was accidentally giving out the wrong information. That's what saved everybody, because everybody assumed that he was probably going for the more hidden thing. I forget how they did it. It was like, this is supposed to be a lizard, but only if you're from Wano will you recognize that it's actually not a lizard, it's a snake or something like that. And Kinemon just fucked it up, and that's and then he just went with it. That was that. So this is a repeat of that joke.
It's a good funny.
Another good thing that happened is that Shinobu is...
Thank you, Admiral.
She's now hot. She lost weight, and somehow
they rehydrated her, and I guess being dehydrated and rehydrated got rid of a lot of the fat, so she became hot again.
All of the water was stored in her fat cells, and somehow she also got taller. I don't think she was this tall before.
It's hard to tell when there's a character who's just round, in Oda's style especially. You can never be sure on scale until you see them next to somebody whose height you can recognize.
It's nice that Tama gets to become her apprentice.
Oh, she's gonna be such a powerful ninja when
she already is.
Yeah,
she turned the tides in the war.
Yeah, but I mean, she could go somewhere and with sneaking abilities, just drop those mochi everywhere. Yeah, take over everything.
But it only works on animals.
Well, sneak into wherever there are animals kept, like the barns and stables and stuff, and have like an entire animal uprising. No one would see it coming.
I wonder if it would work on Sea Kings.
Oh, that's a good question.
Because that would put her like almost on the same level as Shirahoshi.
Yeah, you're right. Well,
anyways,
that's probably never going to happen.
Yeah, probably not.
You can just ignore that hypothetical. You can
just spitball some ideas like, oh, she could do this, and that would make her super powerful.
Yeah,
that's what you do on the school ground when Jump comes out, and on Monday everybody's reading it in recess, and
you're reading it with your buddies Gorilla and Matsuo.
Everybody's talking about Robin's revelations, where she now knows that Pluton is on the island, and casually asking Luffy if he wants it, and he's like, nah. And Caribou was there all along. Everybody forgot about him.
He did nothing,
especially me,
for the whole time. Wasn't he stuffed into a chest or something?
Something like that.
I feel like he got stuffed into a treasure chest, and then like we just never saw him until now. But he's here.
I think I kind of like this guy. He's
right.
He has a Logia. Yeah, he's such a scumbag, but he's a Logia, and
Mhm.
he's not strong at all. He's just
Mhm.
sneaky. He's just an
Yeah.
asshole, and everybody
Is that
keeps
why you like
forgetting
him?
about him because he's
For
so
the world
weak.
building aspect of it? That you can have a
Yeah,
Logia who sucks?
yeah,
Just having a Logia fruit doesn't make you good.
yeah.
Yeah.
I like that. I like that idea that they have somebody who should be powerful but isn't, and he's still kind of really important because he fucks things up in the background.
Right. But he doesn't play a major role with all the battles and stuff.
So I wonder who he's going to tell about Pluton.
Yeah. Who's he working for this time? Then we get this big reveal.
Yeah, that's the
Buggy
one
has
that I
teamed
got
up with
spoiled on,
Crocodile and Mihawk. Yeah. That's
which is unbelievable. This is
I
one of
know.
the biggest things to happen in the whole series.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, even Zoro is shocked. Like, no way would Hawkeye work with Buggy. That doesn't make sense.
He spent 2 years with Mihawk.
Yeah, he
He
knows him
knows
so
the
well.
guy.
Yeah.
It's kind of ridiculous how that relationship never gets really like nobody ever mentions it again. It's just like, oh yeah, he got stronger. How did he get stronger? Oh, he's trained with a guy he wants to kill.
Yeah.
It kind of makes sense that Buggy and Crocodile would team up because they were in the prison break together.
Mm-hmm. That's right.
But otherwise,
And
it's kind of weird
also
how
they're
they would.
both Buggy and Crocodile are kind of the stereotypical just I want money and power pirate guy. But then Mihawk, like, I don't know, I never understood his motivations to be similar to the other pirates.
I think he's just bored. That's how he got
Yeah.
introduced. He
Uh-huh.
when he was following Krieg
Yeah.
into all the way to the Baratier. That's where he where they were asking like, why would you
On the
go
little
out
boat.
of your way to come? I was like, I was just bored. Because
Wanted to kill something.
he was the first warlord who got introduced, and the warlords were supposed to be this kind of roaming threat that always goes against other pirates until it kind of evolved into, oh, everybody in this rank is kind of exploiting their super governmental authorities to do shit behind the world government. Almost all of them did that, except for Jimbei and Hancock. Right?
Yeah.
Well, and Mihawk. Mihawk is
he
the
did
only one
nothing.
who's
he was the only one who's actually using the rank as it was meant to be, where he just goes around and he uses it to be able to terrorize other pirates.
Yeah.
Just for the hell of it. And now he's teamed up with Buggy. How's that going to go?
Who knows? Also, this is somebody. This is not something that I came up with. Somebody said that Buggy is so powerful now. He's using an Uno reverse on the Marines.
Yes, he is.
That's such a good idea. That's so cool that Buggy is now placing bounties on the Marines' heads.
Yeah, I think I couldn't remember it exactly, but I think there's some Batman story where Joker does that and puts bounties on the heads of the authority figures. I may be remembering incorrectly, but I'm like, oh, it makes sense.
Yeah, it makes sense for the clown to do that.
Yeah.
I really like this
just
idea.
In the history, then jesters would be the foil to the king, where they would be the only person who's allowed to say anything they want to the authority figures, because they can just say it's a comedy show, it's just a joke, and,
it's just a prank, bro.
It's just a prank, bro. Yeah, so they wouldn't get in trouble, and so now Buggy's doing that. He's like, I'm gonna put bounties on the Marines.
Get
as
sentenced
a prank
to death for slapping the king on the butt. Dude. Why did you do that? Any last words? It was just a prank. It's just a prank. they all talk about what they're going to do now, and
Mm-hmm.
Law and Kid are going to split off from Luffy.
Yeah.
They don't want to hang out anymore, which is kind of sad, but I guess understandable.
They're enemies now, is what they say.
Even though they're kind of not.
I know.
Especially
they're like literally
Law
just
and
hanging out.
Law and Luffy should be
Law is so
really
friendly with
good
the
friends.
Straw Hats.
Luffy has saved, like, he has fulfilled his live stream of defeating Doflamingo.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's right.
And they've beaten the Emperors together. They should have a stronger bond, I think.
Mm-hmm. You would think.
And now they also aim for the One Piece.
Yes, and they're going to take different routes to it.
They know something that even Robin doesn't know.
Mm-hmm.
That once you have all of the poneglyphs together, and you need one more thing, that's the guy with the burn mark.
And everyone's like, what? The kid's like, ha, you don't know? Suckers. We're going to win. And I'm like, I don't even understand what that could be.
I feel bad about this. Robin should know. I don't want her to not know the mystery.
It's so rare for her to be in the dark about something like that.
Especially something that's connected to the poneglyphs.
Yeah, and it's like, why would Kid know it, but Robin doesn't know it?
Maybe, like, could it be that Law doesn't know it either?
Mm-hmm. That's why he's not saying anything. Could be. Something that somehow Kid got information that nobody else has. It's possible.
I want to know now.
I know.
I'm sure someone's going to spoil it. I want to know. So
before the week
is
out, you'll be spoiled on
it. It's a double issue, so one more week.
2 weeks.
Finally, the thing that we all knew was going to happen is now happening, and I suppose it's not really that much of a surprise because it's been alluded to.
We all expected it.
But you still have to make a big deal out of it officially, just so it doesn't get, like, it has to have its own gravitas. It doesn't have to. It can't be like, oh, and also, by the way, I joined.
She's here. Yeah, she has to make an announcement on the top of the castle.
Yes,
which is pretty cool. But also, I was gonna say about this, the reason she's announcing it up there and saying I'll go to them rather than it showing her like at the docks with them is because the Straw Hats left the castle without telling some of their friends, such as
Momo and Kinemon.
Yeah, they didn't tell Momo and Kinemon because they were like, we don't want to make
only those two.
Yeah, and I'm like, oh, it's kind of like what they did in Alabasta. They just left really quickly. So we'll see if when we return in 2 weeks if Yamato jumps onto the ship and then they all wave goodbye to everyone else who's
they all show the X on their wrists,
on their forehead, or forearms. Yeah, not foreheads. Their forearms.
Anyways, I wasn't as overwhelmed by this chapter as I thought I would be, because I kind of thought we would get a little bit more about Buggy. All of this Buggy business is
There's lots of
so
much allusion towards what's going on with Buggy. Like, he's become an Emperor of the Sea. He's teamed up with these two super powerful guys. Like, what's going on there? But yeah, we haven't actually seen him for a long time. Like, his actual actions, his actual deeds.
He hasn't had any lines or actual panel time. He was just shown as a big player now, which is, I guess, understandable, especially now that he's an emperor. Emperors have more.
You've got so many underlings to do things for you.
But it really makes sense that he became an emperor.
Yeah,
after everything that led up to.
It's funny because he is a good personality type to take over a group of pirates.
Yeah.
because he's very self-aggrandizing. But he's also a bit cowardly. It's like, unlike a lot of these other guys who are like very, very battle focused, then Buggy probably would do everything he can to avoid a fight that he's not absolutely certain he can win or cheat his way out of.
Yeah.
Well, probably like, Kid or Luffy, then they would just run in, and if they don't get lucky, then they just die.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm giving this chapter 69 points.
Oh, nice. But not as high as it could be. I think I would.
Yeah.
Yeah, I really like this chapter. I thought it had some good info in it, and
It was good.
yeah, I'm looking forward to them actually setting sail next time.
Yes.
But yeah, I thought it was a good chapter. I liked it a lot. Going on, we got
Yeah. Next manga.
My Hero Academia, chapter 362, Light
this
Fades to Rain. So this chapter, so I'd seen lots of people dropping spoilers about this online.
Yeah. Same.
Yeah. Yeah, this is the chapter where
In which
Bakugo
Bakugo
dies. And
finally.
And everybody got spoiled on it in the form of fan art where someone is telling his mom, "I'm sorry your son died. Can we make do you need help to make another one?"
That's not how I got spoiled. How
did you get spoiled on it?
I just saw the death panel.
Okay, the death panel. Yeah, so to be honest, I was a little bit disappointed with this chapter, even though it's like you'd think it's a huge deal because
yes,
Bakugo was supposed to be Deku's oldest friend, but I'm like, throughout the
friend
whole
is
series,
they never
really got me to care about it. Because he was like, people were like, "Oh, you're friends with Deku," but he was always just being a jerk to him.
He's Deku's bully. They had the potential to be childhood friends, but
they never Bakugo is that.
Yeah, since he's an asshole, he rejected the friendship and chose violence.
Yes, exactly. Which was not very heroic of him, was it? And that's why he didn't. He didn't get the mentorship from One for All.
And the worst is Bakugo and Deku is still like one of the most popular pairings in the whole world. Like if you compare all of the possible pairings of all series that are going on right now or still going in the fandoms, Bakugo and Deku is like top 3 and top 1 for the longest time. And I think
that explains why there's so many toxic relationships in the world. People look at these two and they're like, "Oh, it's so good."
You think?
They need to pick better examples to get horny over.
I've seen some extremely bad, extremely morally wrong
yeah
fan art of Bakugo and Deku being rabbits and having children together, and
that's funny.
One of the children died and they were
is this like a repeat of the Zootopia abortion fan comic?
No, it's worse. It's kind of it's kind of like Shrek and Sonic before the Twin Towers, where it says mistakes into miracles or something like that.
Wow. All right.
And it's the worst.
That makes me glad we're reading this and not the fan works.
The worst thing is that I think people actually made like the Shrek and Sonic thing. That's a meme. That's just supposed to be like
supposed to be stupid. Yeah, they made it dumb.
It's supposed to be the dumbest things together. But this thing that I saw that was genuine. That was somebody's fetish. That was somebody's trauma porn that they get off to. And if that's if like that, even if that's the worst of the fandom, if that's part of the fandom, then like good that Bakugo is dead
It's
now.
pretty bad. Yeah. So yeah,
You
RIP
only get this
Bakugo.
with like the most like the worst pairings,
the most degenerate pairings.
the most degenerate pairings.
Yeah. So the first thing I was disappointed with is this
This
vast
page.
hybrid plasma cannon.
Oh yeah, that.
So you're like,
I mean,
wow,
in general,
he built or he turned himself into a bioweapon with all the combinations from last week, like all this stuff to make himself this like super powerful plasma cannon thing.
Yeah, which is weird that it's a plasma cannon, but
yeah,
okay.
I thought it was going to be like turning into a dragon form that can attack like constantly, but it's a one-shot thing, which is strange because of all the animals that he listed that he used to make this, I don't think that any of those are known for their plasma beam attacks.
Except for Nejire.
Except for Nejire, yeah. So it's just a bit. I don't know. I thought it would have been cooler if he turned into a huge dragon. Is all I'm saying.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah.
But he didn't.
You're right.
And because then he could have used the Nejire energy as like the dragon breath. That would have been cool. I would have way preferred that. And also, it's just it's useless. It doesn't do anything.
On top of that, it really was completely useless. Nothing that happened in this chapter.
Yeah,
the plasma cannon, Bakugo's thing. Nothing did anything.
I think last week I said that this is like a big death flag for Sun Eater.
Right.
That he's pulling out his ultimate attack. I was like, oh, he's probably going to deal some damage to Shigaraki and then get killed. Instead, he does 0 damage to Shigaraki. I guess he destroys all these arms, but like, you know, the main body is fine. But so he doesn't hurt Shigaraki at all. And also then it just completely shifts away from him to Bakugo.
Yeah.
After that. So I don't know. I had been feeling over the past few weeks that there was going to be a thing where Bakugo is like trying to recover with Best Jeanist stitching him up.
Yeah.
While the big three fight Shigaraki, and he's like observing the battle and being like, okay, next time attack, I'm going to be better. I'll learn his moves, even though I'm hurt. I'll try better next time.
I found the moveset.
Yeah. I learned the boss's moveset, so now I can do better, even though my health bar is lower.
I was laughing inside my head. I had training mode on the whole time.
That doesn't.
I was analyzing the best players' matches in my head, and now I'm on the same level as Deku, who's doing that all of the time.
Yeah.
And now I can do the thing.
Yeah, but he doesn't really do the thing. Here's the outside view of
wait, before we go to this page, can we go back and just acknowledge how, like, first of all, how you already can't tell what's going on, and how they made it even worse by kind of stitching the page together incorrectly.
Yeah, the whoever did the editing on the pages didn't do a good job of pasting them together. It looks weird because you'd think that they would have like the best scans, because they would just ask Horikoshi, like, give us the scan.
Give us the originals.
Yeah, because fan translators, they have to use scans that are like from the book, and you're gonna have the seam in the middle. But this is like, no, you don't have to. Just get the original page.
I bet the pages from the fan scanlations,
they're gonna look better than this.
I bet they're going to look better than this.
Yeah. Sad.
What a own.
Yeah.
Anyway,
that
so
wasn't a very good job.
You see how strong the plasma cannon is?
Yeah, look how big it is. It blasts straight out of the school, which they're calling their coffin, because Shigaraki's like, you're all gonna die here.
And you can see that all the other senpais also took damage. I think not from Sun Eater's attack, but from Shigaraki still
Counterattack, yeah.
counterattacking all of the time. Then he does the almost literally does the invincible meme.
Think mark.
He's coming out like, think mark. Come on, use your heads. Like, there is no way that Horikoshi hasn't watched Invincible. Was like, that's such a good moment.
I'm gonna do that too.
Use it.
It doesn't make as much sense for this guy.
Yeah.
And then they try to have a big hero moment for Bakugo, where he steps back in, he's all bloodied up. And he's like,
this looks really good, by the way. I wanted to highlight this because it's such a cool shot of him having all of this battle damage and still standing. It's a really good shot.
So one thing, I know it is a kind of a waste, because I also had noticed before, because I remember you having told me that his explosion power was all the sweat from the palm of his hands. I was like, no way, it's got to be all the sweat from anywhere in his body, because look at the sparks that are like coming off of his forehead when he's sweating. And then they explain it here that actually this is his leveled up version. So it used to be only from his palms, but now it's from everywhere.
It's so dumb that we get the one whole page, almost nothing but text, explaining how his leveled up version works, but also that the leveled up version is literally ripping him apart. And then it does nothing. It just kills himself.
It's because it's like, I feel like so Bakugo compares his new ability of like, oh, now all my sweat can explode, and I could use that to make myself move faster, but also I'm taking more damage just from the explosions, because he's like, I'm not used to it, so I have to, as well as leveling up my power, I have to level up my constitution as well, which what do they call it in Dark Souls? Is it just constitution that you always have to level up? Because so many people go directly for strength or dexterity so they can use some cool weapon.
Endurance or vigor?
Endurance. What's that?
Vigor is...
Vigor. The one that gives you more health. Yeah.
Okay, health, yeah.
Yeah, so Bakugo, he was, increasing his dexterity, but he didn't increase his vigor. So that's why he dies in this chapter. And it's the same as Sun Eater pulling out this big thing and it does nothing. Bakugo's like, I have a new ability. I'm better now, and it doesn't help him at all.
He's not even doing a big attack. It's so weird. It's just pissing off Shigaraki. That's the only thing that's happening here.
Yeah.
Because he can dodge a little bit. That's all it took to piss Shigaraki off. I don't know what this is supposed to achieve, because go 2 pages forward. This page where Bakugo is misfiring. Everybody else is trying to pull him apart, pull him away from the attack, and also that does nothing.
Yeah, it's completely useless. Like, Bakugo literally died for nothing. He died to give more drama for when Deku appears, but in terms of actually taking down Shigaraki, he died for nothing. Because he didn't get a good hit on, even when he was like, I've powered up now. And I'm like, if he waited a bit, then he probably could have helped out, joined in the attack, But he went in alone after the senpais had been knocked away, and that's why he died, because they were
only been knocked away a little bit.
I know, they were close enough so that they could get back in while he's fighting Shigaraki, but... Yeah.
Bakugo is treating the situation as if all of the senpais were downed. Like, all of their HP was at 0 and he's at 5 HP and now he's the only one left standing. But everybody still
everyone else had higher HP than him.
Everybody else was just like, didn't even need to use an Estus or something. It's so weird. He had this weird mental... How would you describe it? He meets All Might inside his imagination and inside his death.
He sees a ghostly All Might while he's dying, and he thinks about...
The the way All Might is depicted here, that's kind of like how he is inside Deku when Deku is talking to all of the other predecessors of ancestors of
right.
what's it called?
One for all.
One for all. So it's
weird.
I would
this
say,
is like if Sokka got killed and then he was able to talk to the former avatars as he's dying.
Yes.
It's so strange.
And I have a feeling that this vision, this kind of vision probably is real. This isn't just.
It's not all in his mind. It's that.
Yes, I think
All Might
somehow
is actually reaching out to his mind.
Yeah, somehow. Because so far, I think we've never seen any inside somebody's mind's eye that wasn't somehow also real. Like, for instance, when the quirks inside All for One were rebelling against him, or when Shigaraki is hidden inside his own. Oh, wait. Tomura is hidden inside Shigaraki's ego, and sometimes Deku can see it, and he's like, "Oh, I saw the small boy. He's frightened. I have to save him." And that's never not real. That's always like something tangible, even if it's like in the emotion dimension, but it is real. And I have like a suspicion that this is supposed to be real, because otherwise we wouldn't. He wouldn't show us.
He was an
this.
asshole to Deku his whole life, but they were still the closest friends. So he gets to see the one for all visions in his mind. Is that it?
I don't know. And I have one more suspicion on the next page, where the second to last, where they mentioned that it's going to rain, and you see the mom who's mentioning like it's so stereotypical that you have to show like the person who's closest to to the guy who's dying. Like, I suddenly thought about this person who I mean, to be fair, the mom is supposed
and she
to
should be thinking of him in this moment anyway, because she would know that he's like, at this school where they're fighting the biggest evil guy in the world.
But it's kind of treated as if she doesn't know that they're fighting. Right,
I know,
now.
But she should know.
So weird.
It's very weird.
And I have a suspicion that this rain thing, that's also somehow gonna be something. Like, for instance, the weather report said it's unusual. It's unnatural, even.
Right, yeah. It's by powers. It's not from just the clouds.
It kind of all relates to Bakugo. So I have like this weird suspicion that somehow the rain is... Like, either way, his quirk might reactivate inside the rain or something like that, and then it's going to explode. But I can't see how that's going to do anything against against Shigaraki
or All for One. Damn it.
Yeah. By the way, Lemillion on the left here. I think that's so close to the Jesse screaming meme from Breaking Bad. It's such a perfect.
Wait till it gets animated, then it'll be the replacement for Jesse screaming.
That's going to be good.
Yeah.
I'm looking forward to it.
Watch as they rotoscope Jesse screaming for that moment. Like, only real fans will notice this reference.
I hope it's happening. Anyway, so Bakugo dead.
Bakugo dead.
You could almost say he's Bakugone.
Oh. Yeah, he's very dead. They even have like a Mortal Kombat X-ray shot showing that Shigaraki is like exploding his heart. He punched him so hard. So yeah, he's
is that what's happened?
Gone.
I thought his heart exploded from too much explosions?
No, it was from the punch. It's right here. You see that everyone else is jumping in, but Shigaraki is hitting Bakugo directly in the chest. And there's a panel that's like showing his like an X-ray of himself, and it shows there's an impact onto his heart from there, and it's like bursting.
By the way, the Shigaraki stuff, I think that needs to get censored. You see like a small like vine on the tip?
Mm-hmm.
That's kind of like the tiny doujinshi censor bar, and I think we need more. This is lewd. This is a giant.
It's too much, huh?
Phallic. It has all
the thing
the
I was going to say about it
and it
was not that. It was that it seems like his blorp florp abilities are leveling up too, because there's a whole face in there now. Yeah, and I'm like, oh, I wonder if that's related to how the original All for One grew back his face.
Oh wait. Now that you mention it, could it be that they were mentioning that this can't not be a quirk, and he's like, nah, that's not a quirk. That's just my growth, my natural.
Yeah, my body.
I'm all like natural.
This. Yeah, I'm natty, man. I swear.
Could it be that even though he's controlling the Schlorp, could it be that all of the hands, all of the faces that are going to surface now, could it be that that's all the quirks he has absorbed? And once they all come out, they're going like, ha, now we're in control. Now we take over. And then he's like, no, my quirks.
I don't think so.
No.
I don't think that's what's going on. It's just some weird body thing, but it's getting stronger to the point where it can grow whole faces.
Right, so keep in mind my prediction. 1, the rain is going to explode. 2, all of the faces come out, and it's the quirks of the people whose quirks he's stolen.
I'll believe that when I see different looking faces in it. Otherwise, I'm just going to assume that this is original All for One's face.
We'll see.
Yeah, we'll see. Yeah. Oh, another thing I wanted to say is that when Bakugo dies, previously Shigaraki was like, I'm going to kill you because you mean so much to Deku, right?
Yeah.
But in his dying moments, we see that his thoughts are of All Might and not Deku. And when he falls dead, then next to him is his precious All Might trading card. And the only image in his mind when he's dying of Deku's in the background. It's that he's really happy to get an All Might trading card, and Deku is like behind him and also got like a trading card.
So what you're saying is that
nothing of them actually talking. So it's like, yeah, maybe Bakugo is important to Deku, but like still Deku is not that important to Bakugo. Bakugo thinks more of All Might than Deku.
What you're saying is that in his dying breath, he's NTRing Deku for All Might.
Yeah, kind of.
So basically, get fucked Baku-Deku shippers.
Yeah, it should be, how would you say it? Baku-might?
Baku-might.
Yeah, that sounds like a character that we haven't met from Land of the Lustrous. Baku-might.
Ooh.
A very strong stone that no one's discovered yet.
Technically, wouldn't you be able to make it Might because his
oh yeah,
name is
Dynamite. You're
Dynamite.
Right. Yeah. Okay. Shippers. Now go for
Might.
But it would be so hard for shippers because they can't do it in flashbacks because Bakugo's underage, so it would be illegal. But they can't do it in the future because Bakugo's dead.
I think
Oh no.
I haven't even considered that Baku-Deku shippers are all like underage shippers.
Yeah.
But it's such
all
a
the
strong
dumb teenagers.
Are they really
There's
aging
lots
them?
of dumb teenagers out there.
Are they aging them up, or is it just like that these kids are okay with that? Because
they're probably like it's okay if they're in the same grade.
I don't care.
If they were in a different grade, it would be illegal.
I don't care if they are if who they are shipping, if they are fine with it, but I know that all of these kids are also extreme antis, so
Yeah.
Weird. Haven't thought about that.
Any
Back to
maybe
the-
any Baku Deku shipper out there, give Maxi a DM to inform him.
Explain yourself.
Explain yourselves.
By the way, this chapter gets 70 points from me.
Okay, wow,
Maybe
higher than One Piece. I was
1 point. Just
yeah,
1 point.
I liked One Piece better than this chapter because this chapter I was just like, oh, I was hoping that there would be more of the big three fighting before Bakugo inevitably bites the dust, and I was just he NTR Deku too hard by only thinking about All Might instead of. I didn't like that.
I'm giving minus points for all of the. Whoops! I'm giving minus points for all of the weird stuff that's unexplained and incomprehensible.
Yeah.
But I'm also giving bonus points for the art being good on all of the pages except the first one where it's weird.
Yeah.
Plus Bakugo dying is good.
You give extra points for getting rid of a character you don't like.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Well, anyway, next up we got
Next manga.
Akane-banashi. More Jugamu.
Yes, this is the chapter in which more people realize how well Akane's Jugamu recitation is.
It's funny. This chapter, it's chapter 25, the disappearing stage. It's doing exactly what I wanted last week, where instead of only showing Akane fading, it's showing more of like, oh, now the audience are seeing the characters instead of her.
Yes.
I was like, good. Now it doesn't look like she's just dying like Yoda.
Yeah, this was relatively good.
Yeah, I like
the
it.
way how we finally get more of a Rakugo story that's not just somebody giving a summary while saying how good somebody else is retelling the story. We actually get like the story played out.
Yeah.
There's bits and parts that I didn't know. For example, this old woman trying to read the name and then like clapping her hands as if it's a prayer, and they're getting mad at her for doing that. It's like the whole story is packed with smaller jokes, I suppose.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's okay. That's fine. That's almost nice, even.
Yeah, it's just going through the story as is, so we get to learn about it. Those of us who are not familiar with Rakugo.
But at the same time, I'm like, is this good or is it not? Because
it's actually doing a good job of putting you exactly in the mind state of the audience.
I suppose, yeah.
Right? Yeah. Is it good? We'll see.
I'm the same as Nerima here, who's unsure if it's good or not.
Like,
and
I was better. It was me. This can't be better. But
this
I'm afraid
other guy
it is better.
Is looking at it as like the true first-rate Rakugo storyteller isn't someone who's just making it obvious how talented he is, how good he is, but he's disappearing and you're only imagining the story so well that you forget that the guy is even there. Which is, I guess, a good explanation.
Right. Well, it's like how
is that I kind of would have wanted that from the very first
from the beginning.
chapter. This is, how many chapters in are we? 25. So it took 25 chapters until somebody's telling us what good Rakugo actually is.
Yeah.
It's kind of like when they tell you what Nen is in Hunter x. But that's different. It's kind of like when it's almost as if they were explaining the rules of badminton now in Blue Box.
Yeah, it's something that you would expect earlier. I mean, I think that they've gone over various things, so I didn't mind saying that this far along. It does seem like
several explanations.
Yeah, I feel like we've gotten lots of lessons across the
takes.
chapters. Yeah. So we get the reveal that doing the tournament was actually planned to teach Akane something. He's like, I still want her to learn.
It was a plan all along.
Yeah.
Kind of a bad plan, but
yeah, because if she doesn't figure it out, she'll just totally fail.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Also, it's not really something that, like, if he... she only figured out how to get into the correct mindset of imagining what all of the characters are feeling at the right moment. Like, imagining what their goals are, their ambitions, and their situation in life, and how they would react to something, just to get the perfect reaction yourself.
Yes.
She only figured that out after she tried to figure out what Jugemu as words means. And she only got that after the other senpai told her that she's supposed to do that, and that she's supposed to read up on all of these things. But, like,
what I was going to say about this particular...
Can't you just tell her? Can't you just tell her
just tell
to
her
do
about
that?
It.
Like, it's such an easy lesson.
Yeah, this lesson, I feel like this... it could have been connected back more to not only the guy who's like, oh, you got to study the history, but also could have been connected more to the time when she was working at the restaurant.
Right.
Because the whole point of that was you got to understand the people who are around you more. Like, I don't know, I feel like that could have played into this as well. And just in general, I feel like what's missing from this series is there's too little stuff that's not Rakugo, which might be strange to say for a Rakugo series, but I'm like, I wish that it would connect things more to, like, when she had that side job at the restaurant, or her time in school and interaction with other characters. Yeah. But
basically, it's
other than wishing for that, I thought this was a good chapter. I liked it.
I think this, like, it's a good chapter. It's a good lesson.
Yeah.
I wanted the lesson to have been... I wanted it to appear earlier, and I think this just means that the series jumped too early into the tournament arc.
Yeah,
into the mandatory tournament arc. And also, I think
every series has to have one in Shonen Jump.
If you look at the entirety of Akane-banashi and how it's paced with all of the content throughout the chapters, I think the sad past of the dad, I think you could have saved that for this arc, and instead start out with Akane, like, trying out different Rakugo techniques in different situations and trying to read people. And maybe even, like, have her not just be a prodigy because she was always watching her dad, but have it like that her special ability is that she can always kind of, like, she's so empathetic that she can always feel what other people are feeling, and she's very attentive. So
and then we could have seen that happening in her job and at school.
Yes, exactly. Have her look at people and observe all of the tiny details.
It's kind of funny because I know that every time we read Ruri Dragon, we're like, oh, this is too slow paced and this is taking too much time and not telling us enough about the dragon stuff. But then this series, on the other hand, I'm like, it's only doing the Rakugo stuff, and it makes us feel like we're missing the the daily life sort of thing that
we're missing. No, that's
more characterization.
It's different. It's because we don't, at the same time, we almost only get Rakugo, but at the same time, we don't get enough Rakugo to satisfy our desire to see what a whole Rakugo recitation is.
Yes. Yeah.
Compare that to Shouha Shoten, where in the most recent chapter that came out on Jump Plus, you see the entire skit of one of the rival teams.
Yeah.
The entire skit almost without interruptions.
Yep.
And
I think it helps because a comedy skit is going to be shorter than a Rakugo story, so they have an advantage in that.
I don't
Right?
think so. I think you could cram it into
Okay.
like half of a chapter and then
Mhm.
talk about the recitation.
Okay. Yeah.
Instead, Akane is always just doing the tell don't show. It's always just
Yes.
people talking about how good X is and how bad Y
Yeah,
is
there's too much
without
of that.
us actually looking at it. And what you would expect from Rakugo is that like the Rakugo storyteller making weird faces, so like really expressive faces. And I think the faces in Akane aren't as
They
expressive
don't quite go as far
as
as
they
you'd
could
want.
be.
Mhm.
It's almost too normal. I guess this chapter is making a point that being normal is like the whole point of it, because then you can
Is it? Well,
get
yeah.
more
They
into
say
the
Akane
story.
has a more subtle performance, but yeah, it makes me think. Yeah, now you mention it, that maybe there should have been more panels in previous performance chapters where we see the other performers like wild and crazy facial expressions and gestures when
Yeah.
they're doing separate characters, which we haven't gotten enough of, really. So
Yeah.
yeah, I agree with you on that point.
I think
It's
all of
one of
this.
those series where it's like, oh yeah, I'm enjoying it, but I can sense how it could be better
Yeah. Maybe
while
we should
reading it.
would take all of our gripes about Akane-banashi and make our own Rakugo with blackjack and hookers and because
No,
all
I
of
don't
this
want to
stuff
learn about Rakugo.
all of this stuff, how like with the main character who's very attentive and observing all of the small details, that's already such a different series. It might as well like you might as well
Yeah.
just write a different
Yeah,
series.
do a new one, do your own.
I make
But
my
it is
own.
funny that you say that this so much of it is show, or no, is tell don't show, because I was thinking of like, it's funny how I feel like this manga I see getting hyped up more by having
Yeah.
quotes from famous manga and anime people who like it.
Yeah.
Like
Which is kind of weird. I
Oda
don't get
recommended it. What's his name? The Evangelion guy.
Hideo. Wait.
Ano.
Ano.
Yeah, Ano
Wait.
recommended it.
Not Hideo.
Hideki?
Hideki. Hideki
Yeah,
Ano. Oh god.
yeah,
It's so.
yeah. He liked it too. Like running through all of the he starting Japanese names. Anyway, at the end of this chapter,
Mhm.
so she's putting on this really great subtle performance that people are enjoying, even though they're like, is this good? Is it not good? And the style of it makes the other emperors of the sea realize that she must be trained by Shiguma. Which I'm like, shouldn't they already know? I thought that
It kind of should.
yeah,
I don't
I
know
thought
how
they would
they
all know who the
don't know.
students of the other
It's
guys are.
it's one school, right? It's kind of
Yeah.
like how in a school, it's not in a dojo, right? Where you have like maybe two masters, and you only have 4 pupils or something like that. A really low number. How does one master not know who the pupils of the other master are?
I know, it's strange. It's like he was keeping her secret from all of them.
I do like the cliffhanger about like, oh, what's Isho Arakawa thinking about this whole thing? Because if the other guy can figure out that this is Shiguma's pupil, then Isho Arakawa definitely will be able to tell, right?
It's the daughter
So,
of that guy I killed all those years ago.
if only. So the thing that's going to happen is either he's going to praise it, or he's going to trash it. He's going to like use his Nen ability to he's summoning Tseritnik's Nen beast, and he's just killing her right there on stage.
Yeah, we'll see. Either way, like I was reading through this, like, oh yeah, they're going through so much of it. It does kind of make me worried that it's gonna end soon. Do you get that feeling at all? Because it's like, oh, the tournament arc is gonna be over, and then like her main goal is she wants to find out about her dad. So
it wouldn't be the first time that famous people are hyping something up and then it just doesn't perform well enough, and they're like, we'll can it.
It was good while it lasted. Anyway.
So, how many points? Let's see. 64.
Okay, yeah, I would also put it under Hero Academia and One Piece.
Yes.
Going on.
Next
we got
manga.
Jujutsu Kaisen, chapter 193, Sakurajima Colony, part 3.
Yeah.
How do you like this battle chapter? Because this is entirely battle. And
it's a normal battle chapter.
Yeah.
Not a lot is happening that's
you
making
said
me
you
excited.
hadn't seen the Zenin clan's projection power before, right?
Yeah.
So now we get to see it, and he does something different with it.
Isn't that something that he's been like everybody's been doing before? I can kind of understand. I know that this guy can control blood, and that he can just like if you open a pack of blood, you can use it as a shield or something, whatever. But the other guy Naoya is doing a lot more stuff that I'm like,
this one I haven't seen it done before. There was only one big battle before in the where was it? Shibuya. In the Shibuya arc, there's a battle where one of the older Zenin clan guys is there, and he uses his power. But in that, the way they explain it is that it's almost like, at least to my understanding, it was almost like Diavolo's power, where he can, like, turning people into projections. He can kind of see like the direction of their movement better. That was how I read it. But I'm like, maybe I didn't really understand it, because this is so completely different, where it freezes the air instead of a person into a bunch of frames. I think it's 24 frames per second is the frame rate they do, because I guess the Zenins haven't upgraded to gaming PCs yet. So it's only 24 frames, because it's like film. And then he just smashes them, and they explode, because if you smash the air that is frozen in time in a projection panel, it just blows up for some reason.
I see.
And I was like, oh, I guess that's a new way to use it, but it's the same level of, I guess that happened, I don't really get it, as when Okotsu is fighting the girl with the space warping powers.
Mm-hmm.
And she's like, I'm gonna warp the space and then punch it really hard, and somehow that'll transfer a greater amount of force to you. You remember that mechanic? I didn't really get that. And I feel like this is a similar sort of, it's a alternative use of the power that I don't quite understand.
I do remember that she had space bending powers, but not that exact thing.
Yeah, I forget which chapter it was, but it was, a
few weeks back.
A few months back.
Several.
It was a weird attack, and this is also a weird attack. And then we get another weird attack.
Jet.
Yeah. You remember in recent One Punch Man, some people were getting mad at how Saitama gets back to Earth.
Yeah.
So this reminded me of that, because I'm like, oh, he's just gonna fart himself to Mach speed.
No, it's different, because he's using cursed energy to
farts.
Suck in the air on one end and expel it on the tighter end, and that's what makes the air.
The cursed farts. The smell hangs around so much longer.
Oh no! Cursed fart.
So yeah, he does it, and he's like,
it's
smashing
so fast.
all the windows because he's going so fast.
It's too fast. By. How is that possible?
He's a cursed spirit now. He can do whatever he wants. And then he hits Maki, and
what you're saying is that if I step on a cockroach and haven't read One Piece yet, I can just do whatever I want.
Unless the cockroach is a Jujutsu sorcerer.
No.
It prevents you from coming back to Earth as a cursed spirit.
Gotta make sure that I don't step on the one who beckons darkness.
Yeah, exactly. So Maki gets beaten, and he's hovering over her with all the tentacles for those kind of fans.
Yeah, a thin book
Yeah.
is going to come out.
Yeah.
Or the other way around, a book is going to become thin.
Yes. Yeah, and he's like, "Oh, you beat me twice, but now I defeated you so quickly in 2 chapters."
He's saying no way, which is like code for, oh yeah, it is no way. She
Yeah.
probably has like a gun behind his back, or like
Yes.
she's going to say like, me lying there, that's just the after image, and then he appears behind him, like teleports behind him, goes like, nothing personal, kiddo, and kills him or something like that.
Yeah, but before this, she had actually set up. She's like, "I'm gonna prepare it because he's gonna just do a straight in attack." So she has
Yeah.
all these mines that she floats into the air in front of her, and they do
Were they
nothing.
hers, or were
They do
they?
nothing. They're hers. She pulls them out of her
Oh.
pocket because she's got all of the cursed tools. She's the Ted of this
I
series.
thought those were made of blood or something.
No, they weren't. They weren't blood attacks. But the fact that she was doing all the preparation and Noritoshi is still alive makes me think that he's gonna do some attack next time, and that's how they're gonna beat him by
they already
teamwork,
have
because bad guys don't have friends.
The combo is already in effect. We just don't see
Yeah.
it yet because the panels are focusing on the faces.
Yeah, the panels are focusing on the tentacle fan bait. Anyway,
she doesn't
how did you
even
like this
look
one?
that dead yet. She looks at him like very
Yeah,
like
her-
it's almost a Hancock angle of looking down on him.
Yeah, she's looking down on him so far that she's now on the ground, just like Hancock.
Yeah.
Yeah.
63.
Okay, sounds about right. Around the Akane-banashi range.
Below Akane-banashi.
Yeah, because it's, I don't know, I feel like a lot of Jujutsu Kaisen fights aren't as enjoyable to read week by week. I think we've talked about before, there's some stuff that it reads better when you just blast through it, and some stuff reads better when you're going week to week and you have lots of suspense between it.
Yeah, that's true.
I think this series probably falls in the former category, where like week to week, I'm like, yeah, I guess that happened. But if you go through it, you're like, oh, it's a nice, exciting battle, without realizing that exciting battle when you read it, over the course of a month is not that exciting.
This is what it must have felt like 1992 when they were on Namek and wait, 1992? Does that check out?
Something like that.
Could be. I have to check.
Yeah,
way.
You'll tell me later. Because first, I want to tell you about something you haven't read, which is Black Clover, chapter 333, The World's Savior and Its Flaw. So, last week I said that at the end of the chapter, this dude appears and he looks like a palette swap of the Wizard King.
Right, yeah.
Yeah. So this week they give him a little flashback, and you know what his backstory is? He's a palette swap of the Wizard King.
Oh,
It's a Jekyll and Hyde sort of situation where the Wizard King it's a weird explanation. They say 2 souls in 1 body, and they talk as if they're brothers who are like swapping the same body, but it's like it's alternate personality, Jekyll and Hyde stuff.
I can see that. I think I've seen that somewhere before. It's a trope probably already with several examples.
It's also Gollum and Smeagol. There's one personality that's kind of good and one that's super evil.
But they're not treated as brothers.
Not only that. And then there's
I think the specific thing of 2 different personalities in one body
as brothers.
Being treated as brothers, I think that's a thing of its own, and there's at least 2 other things, I feel like.
Okay, because now I'm thinking of
shipping Smeagol with Gollum?
No! I was thinking of Dr. Venture's brother in Venture Brothers.
Oh,
okay. That character?
Haven't seen that.
Okay. Well, he in that he has an evil twin, but it's actually quite funny. And
I see.
His evil twin.
I know the series is funny.
That the evil twin is actually the good one. Anyway, so Lucius is the dark-haired one with the sun mark on the right side of his forehead, and Julius is the good one with the light hair and the sun mark on the left side of his forehead. And in this, then Lucius just straight up declares, Julius is dead now, and I'm more powerful than he ever was because I absorbed the power of Lucifero, which is the big demon last chapter in a flashback.
I see.
And he shows off his power by doing a time stop orb. And Asta is the only one who can move in the stop time, just like Jojo is. And it's just because...
like Ezra Miller.
Yeah.
While he's doing his crimes.
You'd think he'd get away with more if he could move in the stop time, but he keeps getting caught.
We just haven't found out all of it.
Yeah, there's more and more we haven't seen yet. Anyway, so this is Asta's devil transformation.
Is this
where he grows horns and wings?
Or is
That's not the best he does. He has like a more extreme look to it that I've only seen in screenshots. I haven't read to yet, but this seems to be like
this is gear second.
Yeah, but for this, the interesting part is that it automatically activates when Lucius starts the time stop orb, because he wouldn't have time to activate it himself. So it's just it did it for himself. Like the grimoire did it for him automatically.
See,
because that form, it makes all magic bounce off of him, since normally his power is that he can summon weapons that can just be anti-magic. So they destroy any magic they touch.
Yeah.
And I guess this form is that it applies to his own body, and he looks kind of like a devil.
I see.
So Lucius jumps back and he's like, "Oh, so this is anti-magic." He calls it the power that flies in the face of natural law, because this is a world where magic means everything, like Albert Einstein said. And he starts monologuing, which, is a very bad guy thing to do. Time. Yeah, inside the stop time. So Asta's the only one who can hear him, because everyone else in the time stop orb is just frozen. So no one else knows what he's saying. Mm-hmm.
Isn't it interesting that stopped time is kind of like an area of effect that it affects everything except somebody who's not affected by it, because technically this is never spelled out in JoJo, but Dio and Star Platinum don't necessarily stop time. They're just so fast. That's they
make
kind
you
of like
super fast. Yeah, they make you like the Flash. Yeah, Speed Force rather than true stop time.
Yeah.
Yeah, well, this one, I guess you could also say it's more like turning off physics and AI in a particular area, because it shows an outside view, and it's an orb that you can see in the city, and nothing inside the orb is moving. So
I see. So it really is an AoE.
Yeah, it's an AoE. It's not them moving super fast. It's him preventing other things in the orb that are not himself or Asta from moving. Yeah, and his plot is he says, "I'm going to kill everyone and then recreate them to all be equal, except for me, because I'm going to be the final Wizard King." So it's one of those all wizards are equal, but some wizards are more equal than others. Yeah, it's pretty dumb. And it reminds me a little bit of Jujutsu Kaisen, because I don't know if you remember the bad guy's plan in that.
No, I don't.
Okay, so the bad guy's plan in that...
I kind of know, but explain it to me again.
I don't know if it's a shared plan between Gero and the brain guy.
I thought they were the same person.
No, they make a distinction that when you get possessed by the brain guy, it's considered a separate personality, even though he gains all of your memories and powers. They consider that no, you've been taken over by this other guy.
When he goes out of your brain, are you
Yeah,
dead?
I don't know
you...
if you just die or if you're okay, like the guy from Dororon. Because I don't think they've shown it. I think everybody who's been possessed by him before is long dead. Like Itadori's mom.
I see.
Like dead from the beginning of it, and then in the flashback, it's like, oh, she's got the stitches on her head. So his mom was the villain all along. But yeah, Ghetto in that his conflict with Gojo is that he thinks that that there will always be curses in the world that will harm people, as long as there are any people who do not know how to use Jujutsu sorcery.
Yeah.
So he wants to basically holocaust the entire world and force everyone to become Jujutsu sorcerers or die.
Yeah.
And he's like, that way then we'll prevent any more curses. And this guy, he's like, well, I want everyone to have equal magic. So it's like, oh, it's sort of vaguely similar. Yeah. Seems like a pretty wild plan, and that's the main villain. And yeah, he then declares, because he absorbed Lucifero, he's like, I'm stronger than Julius ever was. So you have no hope for defeating me because he was stronger than you are. And Asta, like a good shonen protagonist, is like, well, I'm just gonna get good right now.
Yeah.
With no explanation to how. He's just like, yeah, I'm gonna get better. And yeah, I find that to be kind of, it's very standard, right? That I'm stronger than you. Well, I'll get stronger. It's a bit boring, but I never expected more from Asta, so whatever. I like a good villain monologue, even though his plan is frankly kind of stupid,
unoriginal.
Yeah.
Done before, done better in something else.
Yeah. I think the main thing I like is just seeing that Asta's anti-magic just automatically protects him from the time stop. I think that's cool. It's fun to get little details on how a character's powers work.
I guess that.
But yeah, I think for people who are not into Black Clover, I don't know if I would recommend getting into it. It's just
I mean, there's a reason why we've never.
I'm like 190 chapters into it, and then now reading these chapters, and throughout all of that, I've just been like, "Oh, Asta's he's kind of boring. I'm not too interested in him." And it throws lots and lots of characters at you, but most of them, it's like they don't have enough of a part to really stick because there's just too many people. So when the main guy is boring and everyone else doesn't have enough screen time,
that's the beauty of Hunter x Hunter, where a lot of characters seem like they're throwaway characters, but everybody has some kind of thing that's advancing the plot, and you don't know who's going to come out on top at the end. Like,
and then there's Chainsaw Man, where they'll introduce your squad, and you're like, okay, we're gonna be with these people for the rest of the series, then half of them die.
Yeah, that's true. But like, who would have thought that Wraithin is the guy who defeats Meruem in Hunter x Hunter?
Mm-hmm.
The wolf guy who tells the king, the Ant King, the one word he was not supposed to say. And then he aged 90 years just from being in the presence of... But he defeated him! He did it!
Yeah, and he did it.
Who would have thought? That's the kind of stuff that I like.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, when an unexpected character comes back to do the big deeds. Yeah. Anyway, going on.
Next manga.
Yeah,
Witch Watch.
Witch Watch. So it's
this was a good chapter.
Another mighty Momochi chapter.
Mighty Momochi.
Yeah. So this chapter's title is "While the Cat's Away, the Mice Will Play," and I was wondering what's the idiom in Japanese. I assume it's different in Japanese.
I should have checked.
Okay, because I'm like, it doesn't. I'm not sure it fits when you say "moi" being the cat. He's like, oh, cat, is Nemu gonna be in it? And she's not. It's moi, because it's the idiom about how when the leader is away, then the people misbehave more.
I'll look it up for you for next
Yeah,
time. Now that you mention it, I kind of want to know myself. But
yeah, although maybe because
apart
they
from-
say in this ogres are descended from tigers, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, so maybe it does fit. Moi is in a way
See,
cat theme, just twice removed.
just always forget about it.
I know. I never remember that.
So this is a chapter where Moi decides to go on a mountain training trip while leaving the rest of the household in Momochi's care. And instead
He's
of
so worried about them.
Instead of everybody behaving well and like as he thought that if he let somebody else take care of them, they become more self-conscious of themselves and start becoming more independent because when somebody else is looking after you, you realize, for instance, that this person doesn't know how to do things in this household, and you have to, instead you have to teach that person,
right?
And you have to behave yourself because you don't want to appear like a slob who's taking advantage of this new person's kindness. But that's the thing that happens.
Unfortunately, Moi picked the wrong person. So this is the first image. This is what he wants to avoid. Because he's like, if I leave you guys alone without any supervision, you're just gonna be, you're gonna be lazy pieces of shit and trash the place. I don't want that. Yeah. So I'll ask Momochi to take care of you.
I specifically use the laughing salesman as a reference. Which, do you know about that?
Tell me about the laughing salesman.
That's the laughing salesman is one of the series by one of the Doraemon authors.
Okay.
There were two. I forgot which one does what, and they do split up eventually. But I kind of in my mind, I kind of treat them as the same artists do, even if some of the series are just one of the guys and not the other.
Yeah,
it's kind of like this.
The art,
the art style is almost exactly the same throughout all of the stuff that they're doing. And the laughing salesman is one of those properties that was probably really successful in the 80s because it struck a nerve.
But then they tried. What do you call it? The zeitgeist of the 80s.
Yeah, because the laughing salesman is kind of like the devil. He comes to people and gives them it always starts with somebody being overworked or having some kind of gripe in their life that they.
It's just like one of those monkey's paw or
exactly,
mischievous genie stories.
Yes, exactly. It's that kind of thing. It's the whole series. It's just that. It's always laughing salesman appearing in front of somebody who's kind of unhappy with something. Then he offers them the magic cure for that problem. And he always gives them one instruction that they can't. You mustn't do this. And eventually, of course, they always do X. And then it always screws them up. And then he gets to claim
Takes
their souls basically. And
oh no.
And he I hate the design. He's such an unappealing character. He's this kind of fat pinstripe suit wearing, giant earlobe, smiling, fat-lipped asshole.
And what do you mean you hate him? He sounds like the kind of guy you read thin books about. You specifically.
Now that you mention it. But either way, I really don't like his design. Maybe if it was drawn by somebody else. But then also, they tried a live action remake of it and it completely bombed because they you can make this character as a human, and the acting was completely I mean, almost all of Japanese live action is kind of shit, if you ask me.
I looked up a I googled
picture of it.
laughing salesman live action, and I found a picture of not the movie but a stage show they did, where they just have instead of a fat smiling guy, they just have a standard good-looking actor for it.
What? No
They're like,
way.
"No, we'll just change it up. It doesn't have to be a
So-
fat guy."
Somehow apparently this was like in the 80s, was really late 70s, I think.
Mhm.
Early 80s was really good because
Is
that
the
was
author
when the
dating
bubble
himself?
economy- No. But it was successful because people were like, it was the booming economy and people running into kind of like
Like, oh, I wish I could solve my problems with magic, but I'm glad I wouldn't because I don't want these disasters to happen.
Yeah, I think some people would probably call those problems something like late stage capitalism or something like that. And I think in the bubble economy that kind of made more sense, but then afterwards it
It
kind of
wasn't the
dried up.
time stop bubble.
And and then they tried to make an anime in the 2000s, I think, or 2010s, and it completely bombed. It was
Sad.
nobody liked it, and even though it had the brand recognition. So I'm not sure if it's such a like good idea to reference this as like the hook throughout the chapter of Witch Watch.
Did they mention it again or just this page?
No, it's the final page.
Okay.
This page and the final page. This page is where Moy is like, I don't want this to happen, and then it happens, and then the final page looks like his worst nightmare.
Yeah. I know that part. What isn't the final page?
It's the final page.
Okay, I thought that they show another page of him whipping them in shape. Or is it on the same page?
Well, that's the final panel, but on the final page.
Yeah. Anyway, Momichi shows up. And
she's getting so lewd.
She's too good.
She immediately offers them to get really touchy-feely. She wants to give them a massage.
Lay on my wide lap.
Yes.
I'll give you a massage. I'm really good with my hands.
And Kanji is kind of like, I kind of want it, but I know that if Moy was seeing me right now, he would get mad at me for succumbing to the temptation.
Yes. Dimitri is like, I'll take one for the team.
Did you
As if he didn't want to do
it. What did you just call?
Wait, what's that?
Did you just say Zenichiro?
No, not Zenichiro. Michiru, that's his name, right? No, Miharu. What? I got it wrong anyway. I did not say Zenichiro though.
He's going to show up, but
he's huge.
Yeah, Miharu is. Yeah, Miharu goes for it because his personality that he adopted while in this household is the spoiled little brother. So he gets to enjoy the big motherly bosom.
Yes.
And he gives a review that's just king.
He becomes a thigh reviewer. What a job. That's the space on YouTube that has not been taken yet. Is thigh reviewer. That should be your niche for videos. Yeah.
You'd think, but maybe there is.
Maybe.
But
I haven't looked
considering that they're all yokai in this household, I mean, doesn't that kind of make him an Ishuzoku reviewer?
You're right, it does. Yeah, just a little bit. And he
look at the small. This is a page.
That's the bed from pppppp.
God damn it! No, this is this panel looks like when people take a photo of like a tiny kitten that they put on a huge human bed. That's really nice, right. And he's so really into it. He loves it. He loves laying on those luscious legs.
Yeah,
I would too. It would be very comfortable.
Yeah, you need to go out there and become a thigh reviewer then.
If I become a thigh reviewer, will the thighs come to me?
Or will you have to? You'll probably have to seek them out first, and then once you're established enough, then they'll start coming to you. And you'll have to do sponsored videos where you reveal in the beginning that these thighs have sponsored me. So keep that in mind while I'm doing the review.
Seek the thighs. Seek
and
the
then
legs.
they will find you.
Less they will find me.
Yeah. And then we see, so not only she can teleport them straight into their beds, she also, like, at one point Nico's like, oh, clean up a little bit. And she's like, no need. I'll teleport that into the trash for you.
Yeah.
So they are doing nothing to clean up at all.
She's just using her magic to make all of their problems go away.
Yes.
And then she's cooking for them, and the cooking is also just like fried chicken and
it's all comfort foods and no veggies. Yeah.
You'd expect Moy to sometimes make them fried chicken.
I would expect him to make stuff like that too, and not just veggies, because you need protein to be strong. But I was reading this and being like, no, Momochi, don't spoil them this much. They need some discipline, and that's the moral of this chapter. Is they need discipline, because Moy comes back and
going into pig mode.
Yeah, everyone's in pig mode.
Yeah, that's the chapter.
That's the punchline, and they makes them run, and they say, "Oh, thank you, Moy. We needed some discipline in our lives."
Why can't she just teleport all of the fat out of somebody's body?
That's probably too precise.
Sometimes she needs the fat herself. Can she teleport the fat into herself?
No, I think that doing that would use up more than it gives her, wouldn't it? Because otherwise she would be a perpetual motion machine of magic, right?
It's like when you put a magnet on a crane in front of a car that has a magnet plate on the front, so that the magnet on the crane pulls the car.
It's like in cartoons when they stand on the back of their boat and they just blow really hard into the sails.
Wait, why doesn't that work?
Because when you blow the air, then you're also pushing yourself the other way at the same amount. It's physics.
But
what if she could travel to America by like setting up a bunch of waypoints of people who are really fat, and then absorbing their fat as she goes, so she can travel long distances that way.
That would work. And she would free everybody. She could free everybody from obesity.
And go on a tour at the same time.
Wow, she just solved modern.
She solved obesity.
The modern world.
Anyways, this is mighty.
This chapter, well, I think it was a little bit too indulging with the stuff that we want. But also at the same time, the characters were a little bit meta. They were a little bit too.
They're too much of trash.
No, they were too aware of that it's something that they shouldn't do, and I kind of would have preferred it if they were just going for it immediately without any hesitation, just going like a massage thighs, yeah, give it to me, and then just showing a little bit more of the gradual change of them turning into complete pieces of trash.
Pigs, yeah, maybe. I said it's it's funny enough, but I also didn't like the way that they were all written to be.
Yeah,
it's become such also, trash.
It kind of doesn't lift the suspicion from Momochi.
No, it doesn't, because it's like, oh, she's so willing to do everything for them, but that's not what they need, really. So it's like, because that's what you would do if you have something sneaky. You try to butter people up so they like you more, right?
Yeah.
So
still, to be determined if she's
still
maybe
sus.
secretly evil.
Yeah.
Sassy baka.
Mm-hmm.
73 points.
Wow.
Still liked it the most out of all of the chapters in this issue.
Wow. I think I probably would still say I liked One Piece more than this.
I guess, yeah.
I like
I kind of don't want to be too biased towards One Piece.
Can't help it. Anyway, going on to something we're usually biased towards. It's Roboco. It's the dad chapter. There's a special chapter, chapter 100. Dad and Bondo.
For chapter 100, they really had to make it special.
Yeah, so I guess like Bondo's dad. Have you seen the last Pirates of the Caribbean movie?
Which one?
World's End, I think is called.
I've watched the original trilogy.
It's Pirates of the Caribbean 3. Oh, not the latest one. The last one in the trilogy.
Yes, 3. I have.
So in that, do you remember at the ending when what's his name? The Orlando Bloom character. Then he becomes the new Davy Jones, even though he's a mortal man. And they explain that during that he can only, because of his work, he can only visit his family like during the green flash, which is a very rare kind of sunset. And it's a real thing. It's a real thing, by the way. Yeah.
It doesn't look the way as it does in the movie.
No, it doesn't look as cool as it does in the movie. But it's a real thing. But they say something like, oh, it's so special. It's like, you know, you could go for 10 years without being able to see your family. And it's like, damn, that's harsh. But it shows like 10 years later, like his kid is like, you know,
I thought
almost
it's
a teenager.
just like you're only allowed to set foot on land every 10 years.
I thought it was related to the
No, I think they
okay.
I thought
it's
they
just setting
made
foot
it...
on land.
Yeah.
In any case, that's kind of like what's going on here. Bondo's dad is only allowed to see him like every 100 chapters because that's the way his curse works. So he's here and then he's gone immediately. We get backstory. This is it's not just a jokey chapter. This is the plot chapter.
It's a very emotional chapter.
Yeah. So Bondo announces his dad is coming home, and Roboco reveals that she thought Bondo's dad was dead, and that's why she's been introducing all these young men to Bondo's mom, hoping that she can get a new husband.
Make a new Bakugo for Bondo. The funny thing is, all of these side characters that are, like, if you're an attentive reader, you recognize all of these guys.
Yeah.
But if you're an extremely attentive reader, you know that all of these guys are like 21, and Bondo's mom is a little bit older than that. So
yeah, just a little bit.
Kind of like setting up a relationship that aunties would hate.
Tsuigo. The Deku Baku Deku fans would not like it. Oh, by the way, did I tell you one of our mutual friends has been rereading Hunter x Hunter in advance of new chapters coming out, and she showed me a page. She was commenting on the fight in York New between Crollo and oh god, what's his name? The sticky gum guy, Hisoka, yeah. And the referee appears. And I was like, oh, it's the guy from Roboco.
No, it's a different one.
It's that guy. Is it a different one? No, he's got the same uniform.
The one who always shows up in Roboco is the one who's from the earliest chapters in Hunter x Hunter.
Okay.
But in the match, replaced? Yeah, because it's not just one guy. The uniform of all of the referees in the battle tower, they all wear the same, but they're not the same person. And the one in those chapters looks different from this one.
Ah, okay. But I've gotten to the point where I see that uniform and I think of Roboco.
Yes, that's the trick. That's what the author always intended. He wants you to.
He's like, you made this. I made this.
He wants you to think of Roboco when you read Hunter x Hunter.
Very
He's
clever. Except
implementing
that
himself.
uniform probably is
He's
not
hurting
going to
himself.
show up again for a long time now. That they're leaving the main continents that we know and going to the dark continent.
Right. So,
Bondo gets some bad news.
the dad kind of like almost doesn't come because problems with the airport, which is a really
Very realistic.
very realistic
Yeah.
current problem. At least in Europe, the airport
everywhere.
situation
It's everywhere,
is terrible.
Airports are crazy.
Even though they don't really make mentions of any real life events in
This is one.
Jump, except
it's-
for maybe like
It's not like
Will
on
Smith
Disney
slapping.
where the girls in Turning Red are all crying about 9/11 happening.
Yeah, no. I was trying to reference that you've never seen any manga reference Corona, for instance. And I don't think that the airport thing here is a reference to the current situation either.
Just a
but
coincidence.
It's very.
Yeah,
it's
maybe
just a
that's why it
coincidence.
was in his mind, though. That's why.
The problem is that if you have Roboco, can't you just?
Oh yeah, she just fly there, right?
She's a jet. She can fly.
Yeah.
She's a jet.
Yeah. That's right.
You
and with
shouldn't have
her hair, she
problems.
can do vertical takeoff and landing, so she doesn't even need a runway.
So, like, if they needed somebody picked up, she could just do that.
Yeah, just have Roboco do it. But they didn't because they thought it would be funnier if they have Roboco pretending to be Bondo's dad.
Yes, because she thinks about cheering him up as his dad, and then she does the thing. She does all of the stereotypical dad things, which I didn't find funny. But the funny thing was that she shows her back, and it's so broad. Has it always been this broad?
Yeah, it's broader than my actual dad's back.
I like that.
I also liked how Roboco's image of Bondo's dad was that he would just dress like Bondo, but be bigger with a beard.
I mean, it makes sense because that's what his dad actually looks like.
No, he doesn't dress
he
like him.
He doesn't look like Big Bondo.
Yeah. He's not dressed like him. Is that Roboco's like, to be Bondo's dad, I'm going to dress like Bondo.
Did you notice when the big reveal is that Bondo's dad and Roboco not only know each other, they met, and he told her that being a fighting robot is bad and he should go to a place where people appreciate her and for who she is. And that happens to be his family because he accidentally didn't mention it. He thought,
like go to this address, but he didn't tell her that, oh, that's my home.
I find it very relatable to have this kind of like stereotypical conversation where you're like, go to these people, they will take care of you. And then you forgot the most important part, which is like,
who they are.
Family. And, but that aside, did you notice she calls him Professor Tyler?
Yes.
Did you notice what that's supposed to mean? It doesn't get called out. It doesn't get like it's just there.
What's the reference to?
Don't you remember what Bondo's family name is?
Tyra. Oh.
Yeah.
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 Yeah. There we go. So it's.
By the way, have I ever mentioned what his name is? Like, his name is one pun. Taira is a very common family name. You might even know it from ancient history.
Yeah, I know it from Samurai Champloo, because when they had the zombie episode, then half of the zombies were talking about the Taira clan.
Yes.
Some ancient war.
That's kind of like an unusual way to know about that, but sure. So, Taira is kind of like a very ancient and important family name, but it's also like very common because it's just like very common kanji.
Yeah.
It means flat, right? So flat is also a word for normal. And Bondo is written with, I don't know what is the Bon even, but the second one is person, and that's kind of like a regular male name ending. for instance, if somebody's named Eugene, that can be Ryuto, that can be written with the human kanji.
Yeah.
But if you pronounce it differently, his name is Heibonjin, which is just normal person, like everyday Joe.
Oh. Okay.
Because Taira can be written, can be pronounced as Hei.
Mm-hmm.
So Heibonjin is normal normal pants.
Yeah. Clever.
And now they're
clever.
playing with it
Coin
that
name.
Tyler is also an American sounding name.
Yes. Very average kind of name.
That was something I wanted to mention.
Yeah, that's neat. I didn't know that about Bondo's name. It is. I also didn't recognize it at first. Like, oh, how come she's calling him Professor Tyler? He's Bondo's dad. Like, oh yeah, it's just Tyra, but anglicized. Yeah, that's cool. And then with that being learned, that they met each other.
Very nice day together. Then he has to leave.
He's gone.
And then the sad thing happens. I think this was sadder than Bakugo dying.
Yes, definitely. Watching his dad leave until he's out of sight.
This is like it's not even supposed to be a diss, even though I could just say this out of.
Well, it's the same as how we say that Roboco often has better sports scenes than Blue Box. A better sad scene than Hero Academia having a death.
Yeah.
Even though it's just, I'm standing here with my robot, watching my dad leave again.
And trying to put on a happy face, but once he's gone, the tears come.
He stood there unmoving for a long moment.
That's sad.
It's very sad, yeah. Poor Bondo.
So, this
chapter...
chapter...
have to wait another 100 chapters for his dad to come back.
That would be funny if he only comes every 100.
Yeah.
I gave this chapter 71 points, which makes it the third highest.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I would agree. It's up there. It's quite good, this chapter.
It could have been better. It wasn't that funny when she pretended to be a dad, and the backstory of her meeting the dad was kind of like it was
I like the backstory. It's fine.
It was a nice backstory, but it also kind of it was just plot. It wasn't
no jokes.
No jokes.
Yeah. Can't all be great.
I kind of don't want the guys who read Roboco and think that it's leading up to become a battle manga.
A battle manga. It's really going to be a battle manga.
They would like they read this chapter and they go, see, the plot is coming. It's so deep. You just didn't know. You were just laughing at all of the references. You were just a fan of the manatee jokes. But I'm here waiting for the deep plot of Roboco being troubled.
We'll come back in 5 years and see how Roboco Z is doing. As long as
she looks like a depowered Roboco while doing that, I would be fine with that. But that's not going to happen.
After Roboco becomes a battle series and increases in popularity because after every fight she goes into low battery mode.
See, that's a trick now.
That's how to do it. That's how you get this to be a battle manga and still have us be on its side. Anyway, next manga. It's something I haven't read.
Next manga.
Tell me about this week's Blue Box. How blue is this box?
Blue box. This Blue Box chapter is the most contrived, stereotypical, like...
Oh no.
It's so annoying. People have predicted this outcome, what's happening in this chapter. Because what's happening is this is the chapter in which Taiki accidentally kisses Hina. For real?
Accidentally.
accidentally.
Like it's supposed to be an
is
act. Yeah. I get that sort of trope.
During the Snow White play. Because wait, let me check what pictures I have prepared.
Okay. Well, first there's the Japanese cover. Actually, very
look
similar.
look how much better it is. It's so much more saturated.
Oh yeah, the colors are different. That's weird.
And the title isn't blue, it's red.
Yeah, that's better.
I don't know why they insisted on using blue and this kind of pattern for the English version. Just because the title is blue box.
Yeah, that's strange. It's a different texture on the text.
Completely different.
Japanese. Yeah, that's
Japanese is polka dots with a box in the corner. And English is just blue, kind of like aquamarine.
I see in the bottom there's a volume cover ad, and it's got that kind of texture on that.
That too.
So maybe they just had that texture already. They're like, I'll stick it on this title text, even though it.
No wait, the Japanese volume is also polka dots.
At the bottom?
Yeah.
Is it? Okay.
It's not
It's too small to tell. It looks like a similar kind of texture to that. Anyway.
It's polka dots. Anyway. Did you see the Tankobon volume cover?
I didn't.
Because
What's special about it?
It's special in the way that it's extremely lewd if you like armpits, but it's kind of like here's the thing about armpits.
Tastes. Yeah.
Here's the thing. There is a way to make it anatomically correct and still appealing. And then there's people who overcorrect and are like, I want it to be like extra lewd. And they add like unrealistic folds of skin and stuff, and eventually it kind of turns into something that looks more like a ocean creature rather than just part of the body that's kind of interesting because it's connected, like it has the connection to the boob, and that's why people get excited, like it's the one part you see when you barely. It's kind of like it's giving you the signal that side boob is happening.
Side boob is near. It's
and when
side
you
boob
when
adjacent.
Right. So when like everybody always is like, I want to see the full breast. I want to see the nipple. But like some people have shifted away from that because it's so stereotypical. Like, I saw the nipple. Now I'm satisfied. Like if you shift just a little bit to the side, yes, it's better to have the tease. And the armpit is kind of like the most important part about the side boob because you might see like the line of the breast between the rib cage part and the boob part, but then if you have a little bit more to see, then you see like it's connecting, the muscle is going here, and maybe it even shows a little bit of serratus anterior, and like that's all of the good part. And the Blue Box author went into the direction of where people like when there's these skin folds of the armpit. So it's almost
it's a
little bit too much, and it's kind of it's kind of jarring in the Blue Box art because usually Blue Box
it's very smooth art usually,
and it's usually not trying to be this lewd. Like if you like armpits that way, you're kind of a degenerate, and this is like showing Chinatsu or Hina having like the front butt, like when you see in the
Taiki is
thigh
a degenerate gap, then.
Yeah, it's kind of like the same way. I don't know what to think about it, because for one thing, I'm like, the appreciation for this kind of enthusiast is, I guess it's like you exist, you matter, but at the same time, it's just too lewd. It's
too much.
You can't do this. Yeah. Not when the whole, or you could say it's false advertisement, because you never get this kind of shot in the Blue Box proper. Yeah, unfortunately.
I get what you mean.
If
I'm just
the
not
series
into
was
armpits, so I'm like, I don't care.
maybe this TED Talk will make you find more appreciation for this body part.
It makes me understand, but it can't make me feel.
Eventually,
Yeah.
you will come to understand.
I'm like Terminator 2 right now. I know now why you cum, but I cannot do the same.
All right, so wait, why did I have this? All right, so in the play, they did bring up the issue of how it's weird that the prince comes, kisses Snow White, and then real love immediately starts to bloom, even though she doesn't know the guy. And that's why they have the scene where the prince meets her previously, and that's where she falls in love with him. And then
in the Disney
version,
not in the Grimm's version.
Well, here's the thing. Go to the next page. There's kids in the audio whatever room that controls it, like where they have the control panel for all of the speakers and stuff.
The mixer.
And they're like, wow, that was such a good idea to have this rewrite that recontextualizes something that should have been there, because otherwise it would be creepy.
It's worse.
It's such an original idea that you came up with in this story. They actively talk about how the thing that the Disney movie does, specifically for this reason,
100 years ago.
They talk about it as if this was Blue Box coming up with it, which is especially, I think, disingenuous, because I bet most Japanese people know Snow White first and foremost
from the movie.
The movie.
Most modern people in general. Yeah,
and I mean, this is reflected in the dress that Hina is wearing for the play, because that's those shoulder-proof things.
Yeah, where do you see it other than that movie?
That's Disney Snow White.
Pretending like it doesn't exist, even though you're copying it at the same time.
It kind of pisses me off, actually, because I don't really care about Disney or Snow White, but like somebody talking about as if
the past. You must acknowledge the past.
Yeah, but like talking about as if you came up with something that they figured out in the Disney movie 100 years ago.
Yeah.
Literally, like when was Snow White? Almost 100 years ago, right?
Let's see. Snow White,
like
1937. Yeah, so not quite 100 years, like 80
almost,
years.
But
yeah,
very close to it. And like, this is, I don't know. Is it
it's
supposed to be? I don't know.
It's strange.
Well, so then that's the next weird thing. These kids in the audio room, nobody's named. You don't know who this is. It's kind of unrelated to the whole plot. But then they introduce a girl who's just hanging out in the room.
Yeah.
And she's like, wait, you're roboting. Am I roboting maybe myself?
Oh. I think it's my connection.
Yeah.
Because, okay. How do I sound now?
Good.
Good? Better?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yes.
Yeah. Anyway.
So there's one of those gal kind of characters hanging out in the audio room. She's the only one who gets introduced by name. And they're like, well, what's her name? I don't even care. Ayame. She just hangs out in the room. We don't know who she is. They're just like, oh, you like this kind of stuff, and she's like, yeah, it would be more fun to be woken up by a prince you don't know, and then just immediately go with the romance, because that's interesting. It's kind of like, yeah, I'm a slut. I love this kind of stuff when the whole series is trying to tell you that you have to get close to the person you like, and like it's going against the plot. So I'm going to assume she's kind of like a villain to this romance, where she's probably going to get really aggressive with Taiki and that's going to push one of the other two girls.
They'll have to make
become more
their
aggressive.
move. Yeah.
Because otherwise, I don't see why you would introduce this character in a completely unrelated way. She's just sitting somewhere that's looking at the play and going like, "Yeah, I'm different." What's you never see characters introduced in Blue Box by name if they don't serve some kind of purpose. And she has she has a recognizable art design. You can tell her hairstyle.
Yeah, compare these NPCs to her. Much more recognizable.
So it's kind of weird how there's just somebody commenting on it. You don't even get that from. This is like if in One Piece, people you just get a random pirate with his title card as Oda introduces characters, looking at a wanted poster of Luffy and be like, "Huh, Luffy. I'm going to become important to this guy," without any other setup. Normally, you would have people like mention a character who's just off screen, or you would see her do something else with the characters. But this is really unusual for this story. And it would be weird even in One Piece, where a lot of characters get introduced reacting to stuff.
Right. Well, we'll see where it goes. You're probably right. She's going to become a villain.
So then, Taiki is watching the play from the backstage, where the other two dudes just casually resume their conversation about love
during the play.
What is love?
Interrupted.
Love is when you don't mind if you kiss. That's the difference between friends and lovers, according to this guy.
Yeah.
Which is, again, wrong. This is... Why would
it's so
you
superficial.
Put this... Why is this in quotation marks deep analysis? Why is this relevant to us? Because it's wrong. It's not just wrong on a realistic basis. It's completely going against most stuff that's in the manga. It's just trying to make conversation in preparation for a kiss that's going to happen.
Right.
It's just, let's talk about kisses for no reason at all.
What would you say is the difference between platonic friends and lovers? It's like, that's an aspect of it, but I've definitely seen platonic friends who, kiss each other because that's their culture.
There are so many things.
Yeah, there's lots of differences.
I don't know what, like, I'd have to make a list, but probably the most important thing is that you feel differently when you see the person.
I would say that before saying you can kiss the person or not, I would say the first would be if your heart beats faster when that person is around.
Yeah.
Because that's always the thing about like when you have a crush on someone, then that's why it's kind of hard to talk to them when you're younger because you're not used to having that feeling, but that never happens with your friends. So I would say that would be the first thing. Yeah, these guys dumb. Too surface level. Think about the heart, not the lips.
I was very underwhelmed by this conversation. So then, this is what the kiss looks like when he's like doing it for the play. He's hiding it, the action with his cape, which is fine. And of course, this wouldn't happen. Like this depiction of how you kiss somebody without kissing them on a stage. You wouldn't have this whole thing if a real kiss wasn't going to happen. So the next thing that happens is that just for no reason at all, no setup, no like you
There's
normally
not like an
have
accident that pushes them together.
Yes,
There's
you
no
normally have a panel
Shikamaru
somewhere.
knocking Naruto into Sasuke.
Well,
It's
that was supposed to be a joke, and it was kind of realistic because the way they were sitting in that one chapter, that was like extremely easy to make them go a little bit closer to each other. But this one, you would normally have like with a ball that's a confetti ball that's falling from
you'd have
above.
You'd have the people who are talking before, either these guys or these people. You would, instead of having them be in the AV room or just on the wings, you'd have them handling the ropes for all of those things.
Yeah,
so you'd have like, something is slipping, and they're not noticing because they're talking.
Exactly. You would have a panel of one of these guys setting it
there. But there's no attention drawn to it.
No, but you would need somebody, like you would need a character who's kind of prone to half-assing his jobs, and he's doing, like, you see him doing the rope and stuff and being distracted maybe. Or maybe you'd have a panel where people talk like, is this safe? And somebody's like, yeah, sure. You would need that just as a foreshadowing that this wasn't just like some kind of aspo.
Right.
Because that's what it is. It's contrived. It's, you know, that they need to kiss in the play just to like, that's the whole point of the play. You have a play to create tension about the possibility of a kiss happening, right? And then you have like the red herrings of, no, I'm not going to be the prince because I'm just the director. Then it, of course, goes back to, somebody hurt his leg and now you have to do it. Okay, fine. But then like them constantly talking about like, no, I don't want to kiss you. And then they do the pretend kiss, the stage kiss, which is fine. But the whole play would be too uneventful and too meaningless for anything else if an actual kiss didn't happen. And how do you make that happen? Of course, with an accident. But I'd want the accident set up. Ideally, I'd want Taiki to be the one who accidentally fucked up the ball. Like
quote,
him
unquote, accidentally
getting distracted maybe, and that's the reason why he did. Because that would have a little bit more. Yeah.
Kiss. Yeah.
That would have a little bit more
mean.
It's complete accident. So show me the next picture.
With the confetti falling over them.
He had to guard her with with his whole body, and it dropped so hard on him that he slumped directly onto her mouth. So some people were mentioning,
if that happened, then like their teeth would clack against each other and it would hurt a lot.
Yeah. Some people have mentioned that it only looks like they're kissing because you see there's
confetti in front of the mouth.
Confetti in front of their mouth. And we as the audience can see, and the characters in the audience also can see. Oh, hold on 1 second.
Okay.
What was I saying?
The audience can't see the kiss. And
the audience can see the kiss. We can't see the kiss.
Yeah.
So people were mentioning that there is a possibility that they actually didn't kiss, right? And that it only looks to us and to the audience, the characters. And that's what explains this next page, the final page of Chinatsu Senpai looking at it in shock. She's so shocked that the author took the liberty of just handing in one whole page that's essentially blank.
Yeah, just have the spread of the shock.
I don't like this. I think this is lazy. You're almost never allowed to hand in a page that doesn't even have this page. If you cut this in 2 pages, right? You would have one page,
one page
that has
that's her
about
face, and then one page that has a tiny bit of her sleeve.
A tiny bit. So I would say the left page is about 10% drawn, maybe, at best. I think that's forbidden. At least it should be forbidden. Because
goes against the rules of Jump.
Yeah. Whenever you do it, even for an effect, I think you're not allowed to do that. You shouldn't be. I know that Araki referenced that one time because he's putting in a lot of effort into every single page. And I think in the finale of Shaman King, something like that happened where both of the pages of the final attack were blank. And he was like,
that's the thing people reference usually.
Sometimes some people do this, and I think that's wrong. And I kind of agree with Araki because when you know what everybody else is doing, it's cutting corners.
Yeah.
Even for this effect could have been different.
Mm-hmm.
I would say. Of course, there's probably people going like, "No, you don't understand. She's so shocked that." I don't care. I don't care.
The blank page is her state of mind. She's just blanking out. She's so shocked.
What you could have done, which I would say is way better, is draw the rest of the gym hall with everybody else in the background except everybody's blurred out.
Yeah.
And just her in focus. That would have so much more effect than showing her living in the white space of Kizuna Ai's virtual world.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's where she is.
So, and this whole plot development, like, even if there was no real kiss, which I'm going to assume is correct, her thinking that they actually kissed, even if it was an accident, is so stupid.
Oh, really?
Like, what would you? Let's say Taiki is saving Hina from drowning, and he has to do.
You're right.
So even if Chinatsu Senpai saw that and was like,
their lips touching is not the important part. Him saving her from this falling thing is.
Oh, you think Chinatsu Senpai is going to?
No, I'm like, for a reasonable person, that's what you'd think.
Yes, yeah.
You're like, who cares? It's not what they were intending.
And also, like, lips touching, that's like basic bitch kiss. That's they're not doing the adults kiss that happens in Evangelion where Jerry Seinfeld gets kissed by
they're not
Kramer, who then says the rest is after this. Either way, I think this is.
We're not that pleased with this chapter.
I'm extremely displeased by this. Well, not extremely.
Somewhat displeased.
I still give it 40 points, but I don't even know why I should downgrade it to 30. Maybe.
Oh.
Going to do this right now. 30.
All right.
There we go.
Okay, but let's see if the next thing gets better scores. Because
what's next?
The Elusive Samurai.
Oh yeah, that's getting better. My second favorite.
Guess what kind of chapter this was? It's a roll call. All the new antagonist squad is here, and they're a bunch of weirdos. Except for one guy who's super normal. He's just like us. Except
he made something. I think the commentary in the end where Takauji says like all of them have madness.
Yes.
And that's what makes them good generals in their own kind of ways. There's this guy, the feminine, like the femboy, who's commenting on everything, right?
Yeah.
What's his madness? I think he's like the only straight man in the whole team.
You gotta have
What's his madness?
We'll find out later. Well, he's not a general though, is he?
He's part of the hisashiban, so I'm assuming he is.
Yeah.
So this guy here, his madness is that he eats grass.
Yeah, he eats grass so much
And-
it's growing on his eyebrows.
Yeah. He's such a good spy, scout, hiding man that
Mhm.
he can live among the weeds.
Yeah.
And he only
Become
needs to eat grass as if he was a horse, because
Yeah, which is weird.
that allows him to run really fast. But then there's another horse guy.
I know. It's like, wait, you got two guys who are like vaguely horse themed, but he's like a horse. He wears a horse mask, but then he eats horse meat. It's like
He just loves
he's not
horses that
behaving
much.
like a horse. Yeah,
Well, I mean, there's
a cannibal
reports of
horse.
horses cannibalizing a little bit.
Gross.
That happens. That does exist, and
Mhm.
some people have accidentally trained their horses to become meat lovers
Oh, really?
in the past. Like somebody for a joke, he showed his horse a burger, and then the horse started wanting more
They
burgers.
always want burger. Wow, that's crazy. I didn't know they
Just
could
like me
eat
for
meat.
real. Yeah, that's the thing. I think they're not supposed to, but they can totally eat meat. It's just like how would you as a horse eat meat? You don't have the
they
teeth
wouldn't
that
be able
are
to catch
made
it in real
to.
life.
You can't catch it, and you can't even if you see a carcass lying around, you normally wouldn't be able to chew off the meat.
Mhm.
You have to
it
do
would
that
have
if
to be
you're
cooked.
really hungry.
Right.
But if you give a horse a burger, it might totally eat it,
Then you have to
and
give
it
it
won't
another.
die from it. So
Then you have
this
to
guy
ride it to
eating raw
McDonald's.
horse meat, riding to McDonald's. Well, the drive-through window is probably too
From a
low to
rifle.
grab the bag.
Like I one burger for me and a Happy Meal for my horse.
It wants the toy.
Yeah. Especially if it's not if it's My Little Pony though, because that's cultural appropriation.
Maybe the pony likes the My Little
maybe he
Pony.
likes it. And this is the one who's really normal.
Yeah, this is
yeah.
what turned the chapter around for me. This is where I was like, I don't know, this is the best. This is great. The guy gets introduced by everybody going like, we're all so mad, but this guy, he's the least mad.
He's so normal.
He's like, I'm very normal. Turns around, he has the equivalent of an itasha or an ita bag
on his armor. Yeah.
On his armor, and everybody's like, no! What is this anime bullshit? And he explains, I made it up myself.
Yeah. It's his OC. He's got his OC on his armor.
I love that. Like,
he's
not
so
just
cool.
that it's not just that it's a popular thing that he's standing. He made it up himself. It's his own thing. Love that.
I can
and
imagine
nobody's saying it's cringe. They all say it's brave.
He's so
brave. They all wish they were as brave as him.
I can imagine in battle that he's going to fight in a way that's very defensive because he doesn't want his armor to get scratched. It has his angel on it.
But then he will be powered up by his angel always being by his side.
Exactly. If someone scratches his armor, he goes into berserk mode.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. Like how dare
all
you?
of these things
You
I already
the
like.
face of dancing angel Tsuruko.
What if you scratch it and it reveals a different paint underneath?
Oh no!
Like he drew on one layer of clothes.
Fandom switch.
He was just waiting for it.
That's right. It's like there's another one under it.
I'm implying that she's naked underneath.
He's that skilled. It's one of those X-ray images.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Might as well. He had to, like, sometimes when you draw, you first of all have to draw like the unclothed.
Yeah, to get the
figure.
pose correct. Yeah.
So maybe he did that.
Maybe.
So yeah, everybody's mad in this squad.
Yes.
And I think a lot of these characters are almost too powerful for our heroes to overcome because...
Well, guess what? Tokiyuki has also got the madness.
Yeah,
He's got the
speaking
running
of
around
being naked,
madness.
I love that they
That's their
depict
image of
him in
him.
an
It's not just his
infographic.
own army thinking of him like that. Everyone thinks of him like that.
His reputation precedes him.
That's right.
I like it. This was good. And then finally, an example of them being a very successful army now that everybody believes in the Hojo is that they meet some kind of no name lowy NPC.
It's the brother of the guy with the mask.
Oh, is it?
Here. Yeah, it's this guy's brother. And his thing is that he's got a cat with him. He's like, "We're going to battle, kitty. Get ready to feast on Hojo flesh." And the cat's like really not into it.
And he even threatens them by taking the cat as a hostage.
Yeah, which is weird.
It's kind of like the Blazing Saddles, like
pointing the gun at himself, like, "No, don't myself." Do it.
And then they just grab the cat.
Yeah, Tokiyuki has a new party member now. It's his cat.
Normally would say, I don't like either two of the things. Either I don't care that you have a cat, we will kill all of you either way. Or you would say, no, don't do it. We'll do anything to save this cat. But Tokiyuki finds the way in between, which is yoinking the cat out of his hands and then killing him.
Yep.
And the cat even joins the party now.
Yep. The cat has joined the party.
This is how you see that somebody's a good guy. He just gets a cat, and the cat gets to join the army.
The trope is called pet the dog, but it can apply to cats too. It's when
is it the reverse of kicking the dog?
Yeah, it's the reverse of kick the dog. You show a character being nice to an animal, and it makes people like them more.
The ultimate villain.
That's right.
Hirohiko Araki.
That's right. Well, it's pet the cat, not draw the cat.
Draw the dogs getting killed.
Draw the dog. So how did you like this chapter? It was pretty good.
I really liked this chapter. At first, I was like,
our new mini boss squad. Lame. Yeah, they're a bunch of weirdos, and one of them, because I'm like, okay, I guess these guys, they can get beat in like a single panel by the underlings. I don't care, but I want to see a battle with this guy. He's fun.
That's what would happen if this was dororon, but this is elusive samurai. So all of these guys will work together with their extreme strengths and maybe some exploitable weaknesses, but they seem to be complementing each other.
Yeah, we'll see how they do in battle.
So I gave this chapter 72 points, which makes it the second highest of the issue.
Yeah, I would recommend this chapter for sure. Going on, something that I assume you won't recommend.
Yeah, I don't recommend this at all. PPPPP is as weak as it ever gets.
Oh no. This still no good.
Maybe it's a little bit stronger than last week, but this chapter is the chapter in which Mimin starts playing the 4-4 piano competition, and she starts off like standing in front of the audience without doing anything and just thinking to herself, and she sees some people in the audience she knows, and at first she's like, oh no, I'm the only one who doesn't have anything going on. And the way she like, I can understand this notion. It's completely
everyone else has drama.
It's completely lost on her, because first of all, she doesn't know everybody who's involved.
Yeah.
She doesn't know even if she knows the person, she doesn't know what they have going on. And also, she herself has something going on. So I like the scene of somebody standing in front of one of those like situations where you have to go into yourself and focus on what's important to you, and all of the struggles you've overcome and what your own deal is, in order to like maybe become a good actor or good performer in any way, like something that takes from your mental struggles and turns it into actual physical
strength.
energy. And it just doesn't work with Mimin. She looks at Lucky and she's like, he wants Fanta to see mom, which is it boils down all of his stuff into this one thing. Then she looks at Fanta and is like, he doesn't want to see her.
Such a conflict.
Then she looks at the guy who just lost and he's quitting. Okay, that's
literally nothing going on then.
That's nothing. That's literally nothing's going on. I mean, technically he had something going on, but she completely
but no more,
she completely misattributes what's happened. And I don't like, from her standpoint, where she says everybody has something going on.
Yeah.
That's the the opposite of something going on.
Yeah.
And then
he's giving up the thing that's going on.
She reduces Reijiro as he's friends with the guy who quit piano. She reduces it to completely nonsensical stuff. It would make, at least if the I like the situation of somebody saying, I'm the only one who doesn't have anything going on. But the way she reduces everybody to what she thinks is going on makes it completely nonsensical.
Yeah.
Melanie wants to stop her suffering. That's extremely vague and also completely ignores what kind of rivalry she has with her. That's something she should focus on, right?
Yeah, but doesn't.
And she looks at the long-haired guy whose name I always forget, and she's like, well, he looks like he has something going on. And
but I don't know, maybe something.
And then she admits, I don't even know what Sorachika is doing, but he probably has something going on as well.
I'm the only one with nothing going on. Oh, actually, 1, 2, 3, 4 out of 7. I don't know what's going on with them.
Yeah.
So, yeah,
it's weird.
Sort of pointless.
It's poorly handled for a good idea. A decent idea. So she looks at the people in the audience and recognizes some people that were never introduced. Just NPCs who used to be around her, and she's like, oh yeah, you can have this. The stuff that's sticking on my dress for no reason at all. Maybe it's candies. It looks like candies. Maybe she's just handing out ribbons.
Okay, I would like it
and
better
then she's
if it was
like,
ribbons. If it's candies stuck on the dress, it's like,
And then she's like, oh, maybe I should ask everybody in the audience what they want, what's kind of fun in their mind, and plays in a way that summons her fairies, and the fairies ask the audience what they think would be the most fun, and then all of the NPCs that were drawn by a different artist are like, oh, I would like to go around the world, and she's like, yep, okay, that's it, trip around the world is, and yeah, that's zero content. Betraying whatever you might expect from pppp in terms of like, oh, it's so deep and all of the characters' motivations. Like, nope, this character has zero motivation, head empty, brain capacity 0%. She's just completely.
She just plays. That's all.
She just plays, and she's completely fun and hedonism driven. Goes to stage. It's like, what does everybody else think is fun? Traveling around the world. Okay, and that's it. And that's I would say, like, even in PPP standards is very
shallow,
very bad, very not good.
Unfortunate.
20 points.
Ooh, a big not recommended. But
Absolutely
I think
not
most people who listen to this already know
how I feel about PPP.
The next,
I want to argue with somebody who thinks PPP is deep and good and stuff, because those
Invite them
people
on the show.
have never read like more than maybe 10 mangas in,
Yeah,
or
get
maybe
get them on the show someday.
10 any kind of work of fiction at all.
Or they would understand.
When
Some
somebody
people read and watch
recently-
stuff and they just don't pay attention. So they're like,
Right.
oh, whatever, it's fine. If they
When
enjoy
somebody-
something on a surface level, they'll make up excuses for why it's good.
Yeah. Somebody recently made a claim like, I've read 100 mangas and I know this is shit. I forgot what they were talking about. Earthchild, probably.
Probably. I think that's anyone who's read any manga will know that one is shit.
So
unfortunately, that's not the next chapter we're going to.
Yeah.
We're going to something that's actually very, very sugoi.
Yeah.
In its own way.
It just made me think about how many mangas have I read, and it's probably more than the number I put on my anime list. I think it was something like 200.
Oh yeah.
But it's kind of
like, how many mangas have you read? And you can say, do you remember
how many
breads you've eaten in your life?
I think it's kind of disingenuous to just take the my anime listing as a solid number, because having read One Piece to the current number is not equivalent to reading a one shot. That's just one chapter and it's done.
Yeah. It should be chapters. Chapters read. That would be too hard.
That's a good idea. I should check that.
Mm-hmm.
Either way,
going on to Super Smartphone.
Yes, it's so sugoi.
Yeah, this chapter we see what the revocation is. Because Mora, I guess he kind of forgot the rule that you don't talk about Super Smartphone to people who aren't in Super Smartphone Club.
I thought he was fully prepared for it, and he just took, because I think Q told him to do that.
Okay. Because when it begins, he's like, "What's happening?" And then he's like, I get it. Bye-bye.
I think he knew what Q was getting at, that he was happier when he didn't have the smartphone.
Right.
So that's why he went along with it. And it's kind of bad because it goes against Seomizu's plans with the smartphone. She realizes immediately. Like when the smartphone is like, the revocation is going to happen, she realizes, because you told us about it, it's going to get revoked. Just to know that the smartphone is going to literally evaporate.
Yeah, so this, I think last time when we saw this sort of swirly stuff happening on his smartphone, we were like, is it evolving? Is it malfunctioning? No, it's self-destructing. And I think at that point already, it must have been getting ready for like, this guy's revealing the secrets.
Why did it start swirling back then?
Oh yeah, that's a good point.
Is it because Q was giving it orders or something?
I don't think so, because if Q gave it orders, it would just ignore it. So maybe something that Mura had already done that was like revealing too much already. But now he really revealed to Sumizu about it. So it's like bye-bye.
Yep.
No more Miss Mao.
It's disappearing.
Yep.
It's going back to its planet.
Yeah, it's going back to its own planet. And I think it turns into ash at the end, right? It's just totally gone.
I thought it was just gone. I thought it turns into energy and leaves this mortal coil behind.
I thought it left behind a little pile of ash, but maybe I'm wrong. Yeah, so I'm reading this and I'm like, okay, good. So this can be the end of the Mura storyline.
Yeah.
He can be gone from the series now. Yeah. Then we get Q trying to think of what connects the different smartphone holders based on himself and what he talked to Mura about.
Yeah, he sits in the bath, gives us a unwanted fan service scene.
it's not completely graphic, but the angle of the shot, it's like if they wanted to, it could be very graphic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that shows us that he's not supposed to be looted.
It's telling us, even when he's in a camera angle that should be looted, you will see nothing. Do not loot the autistic smartphone user.
Tokiyuki would get a really like glam shot in that situation.
Probably, but Q does not. But he's thinking.
Yeah, Q
I
is.
always like when he's thinking, and he's figuring out about how
Super
him
smartphone holders
yeah.
are always connected by somebody they lost in the past.
Yes.
Maybe even lost at a specific date.
Yeah. 7 years ago.
So some people have speculated that means the super smartphone is actually
it's the soul of
dead
their
person.
dead relative. That would
Which
be good because it popped. Mura's sister came back and then was like, "See ya, I'm out of here."
Makes it kind of feel bad that he just revoked it.
I know. Also, maybe I'm wrong, but didn't Q's smartphone have a female voice?
No, Q's is male.
Okay, it's a male voice. Okay, I guess I just imagined it differently. Yeah, so I mean, there could be something about that, but then it's like a feel bad thing that Mora's just went away and didn't tell him anything.
So
it's like maybe it's the smartphone based it on them, but I don't want it to be like, oh, it's their ghost.
I mean, it is supernatural.
Yeah, obviously,
and
it's the kind of technology that is not understandable, so it's basically magic.
Yeah, I thought it would have more to do with aliens.
Wow, I'm not saying it was.
Because in the beginning, he just asks for the proof of aliens existing, and the smartphone
it
just
instantly brings it out. Yeah.
Yeah. So, and just because he ignores it doesn't mean that aliens don't exist anymore in this
Right,
canon.
Yeah, he just doesn't. He just doesn't care about it.
Yeah, I thought it was just foreshadowing. So
it could be. Yeah, you might be right that aliens come back later on. Who knows what'll happen?
So I kind of don't like this. I mean, it's interesting to think about it, but I don't want it to be that the smartphone is a dead person.
Yeah.
He gets a new feature.
Yeah.
Which is gooo SNS.
Yeah.
Which makes him surmise that there's probably 12 smartphone holders.
Because that's how many people can be on the board at once. So when I saw that there's like 12 people, I'm like, is this based on a locality or is there 12 in the whole world? Because if it's 12 in the whole world, that's like, wait, but then we've already seen 5 that are like in the same city.
So yeah, but that's because Japan is just so important.
As always, yeah.
It's the center of the earth. Everything that's interesting is going on in Tokyo. Don't you know it? We can make some assumptions based on the way the numbers get displayed. For instance, the 4 and the 9 are white, which means because Q made friends with Moura, that means that his 9 and his 4 mean he knows these people, and the grayed out numbers. Yeah, the grayed out numbers is I haven't contacted these, but they exist.
Yeah, and then 4
apparently all the other
Moura gone.
Yeah, and all the other numbers that are missing so far. That could mean that the people haven't gotten the phone yet. Right?
Could be.
But that leaves the question, since the final feature is only supposed to be unlocked once all of them have assembled.
Yeah.
Like when all of them are friends, I would say.
Yeah.
Friends on the social media. That means if 4 doesn't exist anymore when his smartphone gets revoked.
So it's all surviving smartphone users.
Is that only the surviving, or does that kind
Must
of...
be,
wouldn't
because
that
otherwise
block
it'd be
the-
like you have to wait until another smartphone spawns and there's a new number 4.
I wonder.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we need some
I
more
don't know.
information.
More
in the next
information
chapter.
will come in the future.
And then we get to see what happens with Zenichiro's plans about Mura. No,
Yeah.
that's not the canon. Give me the
Oh.
canon. Yeah!
There it is.
There we go.
Yeah, so Zenichiro decides that he's going to kill Mura.
Yeah, obviously.
So we see Imura doing something shady. And there's like this delivery man who's like really stressed out, shivering and crying while putting a sperm sample into a bag. And I didn't really get that one. Like, what is this implying?
The implication is that Imura is organizing for a thug who's threatening just a normal person. I thought that was probably something like a prison guard or something, but the smiley
What's
faces
his-
on his
Yeah,
guard
well,
is
I
kind
saw
of...
it as my guess was this is a delivery man, because the
Yeah.
smiley face has like the little tongue sticking out. So I'm like, oh, he must be like the food delivery guy. So maybe
Yes, maybe the food for the prison.
yeah, they're putting poison into the prison
Yes,
food, which is like,
because
do Japanese prisons don't they have their own kitchens, or is this one of
I
those
don't know.
things where it's because it's his first night they give him the what do they give prisoners to make them talk?
McDonald's.
Is it?
Oh, you mean the beef bowl that
yeah,
you
the
get.
traditional Japanese thing where someone goes to prison and then to make you talk when you
That's
get
when
interrogated, they give you.
That's when you get interrogated. That's already over.
Okay.
If Mura got one of those, that would have already happened.
It would have been earlier when he's talking to Samizu.
Right, so
He
it can't
doesn't
be.
have one. Aw, she didn't feed him.
They only do that in crime shows where
Mhm.
you're supposed to be like patronizing to one of those people who aren't the real perpetrator, but kind of like involved in
the red herring.
Yeah.
The witnesses and the suspects who aren't the real killer.
Yes.
Yeah, but I'm looking at this like, oh, if they are gonna poison his food while he's in prison, and maybe Samizu would have saved his life if she gave him the beef bowl. They'd be like, no thanks, I'm full. And the poison would run out of time.
We'll find out about that.
We'll see next week. How did you like this
Well,
chapter? I thought it was pretty good. Get to learn some
was
stuff
fine.
about the phones. Show him thinking about the possible connections between them two. Because not only does Q say, like he mentions, oh, both my brother and Mura's sister died in the same year. He also just goes ahead and makes the wild assumption that Zenichiro is connected to his brother's disappearance.
Yeah.
Yeah. So it's
The question is who disappeared maybe in Zenichiro's life
yeah. Or is
around
it
that kind of time.
Yeah.
And why does it
His
matter that it's
soul.
7 years ago, not just like yesterday?
Mm-hmm.
Why did it take 7 years for the super smartphones to materialize?
Is 7
they're
a lucky
ghosts.
number in Japanese?
Sure.
Yeah.
I guess.
Yeah. Maybe that's all it is. 7 years later, come back. 7 is a lucky number. Your dead relatives will appear to you in smartphone format.
7 smartphone. Oh no, it's 12. It's falling apart.
Oh,
I don't know
it's
if
not
it
lucky
has
numbers anymore.
I don't know if it has any.
I don't understand it. I'm not as analytical as some fans are. But yeah, I mostly enjoyed this chapter.
It was okay. I wanted more.
Mm-hmm.
I always want more.
Yeah, every time there's a chapter that has some sort of info dump in it, or people figuring stuff out, you're like, oh, I want more from this. You're so greedy.
The only thing that's
greedy
really
for
happened,
information.
No, the only thing that really happened in this chapter is that Mura's smartphone disappeared,
Mhm.
and that Q had the thought that maybe dead people have something to do with
Right,
it.
because
That's it. That's
even
the only
this ending
deep
thing, it's
flaw.
like we already knew Zenichiro wants to kill Mura, so it's like,
Yep.
yeah, it's just continuing his efforts while he drinks his big wine. Yeah. Anyway, going on.
I didn't say the
next we
number.
got- Oh, what's your number?
65.
Almost nice, but not quite.
Yeah.
Yeah.
What's next?
Next we got Aliens area. It's new characters. We get new characters this time because we've already finished bonding with the previous squad that was introduced.
Kiyotora Muro and Suzu Yoshinaga. Which was a weird introduction because was the previous girl not cute enough? Why do we need a cuter girl? What also is a small baby child doing at the MIB, super secret alien research and
because it's like I could understand that if she also had the implant that Tatsumi has, but she doesn't seem to. They're just like, yeah, here's this kid who are training to be a Men in Black. It's a bit strange.
Random cute character who might as well be the main character if the main character hadn't already.
I know. Yeah, reading this, I think I've said before that there's a bunch of chapters where it just seems like Sharaku is the main character and Tatsumi is just on the side there. So in the last couple weeks, they've just been pushing Sharaku out of the way and be like, yeah, get out of here. And this is continuing that trend, which is it's a bit strange because it makes me feel like you can almost ignore like all those Sharaku chapters that happened.
He is present in the chapter, but then
he doesn't do anything.
Fails. He goes away because he says, I've had enough screen time. You guys have to do it.
Yeah, you guys do it. Yeah, so we're introduced to these two. The guy is another section leader, same as Sharaku, and then the girl is another recruit, same as Tatsumi.
Yeah,
except much cuter than Tatsumi. And the point of this chapter,
siblings.
Of course, everyone is. The point of this chapter is to introduce the equipment, and it's funny because I'm like, this is the sort of thing that I would expect to happen in like chapter 2 or 3.
Yes.
Right? Like, because he got introduced to, I forget the name of the other girl with the hat. What's her name?
Yeah, we don't need to know.
Okay, so when she challenges him, it introduces him to the concept of, oh, people here have different sorts of equipment. Because prior to that, he'd only seen Sharaku fighting.
Yeah.
I think that was chapter 4, was it? Where they meet her?
2.
Which?
Oh, you mean when? Yeah, that was 4.
Yeah. So they meet her, and my assumption was that, oh, okay, now that they've met somebody who's shown off a different sort of equipment, they're going to explain the equipment, and he's going to get his own. But then they don't. They go out and do several missions. They go in the field, and then it turns out that stuff was kind of like I kind of liked the ideas of the stories, but it feels like this belongs before those, because it seems like they sent out the new guy completely unprepared.
Yes.
Right? Like go out and give aliens parking tickets and hunt for mysterious alien life forms that might be dangerous. We don't know.
Yes.
We're not going to teach you about equipment yet. And then they teach you about equipment. So for pacing, this is like, it's out of order. And I wonder if this is due to like an editor being like, hey, you forgot to teach Tatsumi about equipment.
I think it's if I had to make an educated guess, I would say that these kind of chapters were all planned, but the editor was like, no, you have to wow people in chapter 1 and 2. If you don't show fights and exciting stuff in the first 2 chapters, everybody's going to tune out, not read it, give bad reviews, if not at all. And
but we didn't even like the fights, did we?
Yeah, that's the problem. I think it
Yeah.
would have been way more interesting to give lots of world building introductions and stuff in the first like
Or you know
one or
what else they could have
two,
done
three
is,
chapters.
since this is a copy of Men in Black to begin with, they could have like
Yeah.
done more of that where I think after he gets introduced to the Men in Black, then there isn't any action scene where he's fighting aliens for a long time because there's a lot of training stuff and getting introduced to the world. But then intercut with that, there are scenes of the main villain going around and doing stuff, and some of that involves some action, some of that involves some
Right. Yeah,
horror.
yeah, yeah,
So
yeah.
it's like they could have done that, like shown things that are threats that are not being directly resolved in the same chapter, but then also showed
Side
the main
plot.
character training. Yeah, I mean, it wouldn't even be side plot. It could be stuff that would eventually become, you know, a main investigation. Because like, I thought that the protecting the princess from the assassination thing was going to become a long running plot, and then they resolve it in 2 chapters,
Yeah.
which is so weird. It's like they could have been showing that stuff on the side while Tatsumi is at base learning about equipment and stuff.
Yeah.
It's just poorly paced, and if it's the editor's fault, then this series should get a new editor because it,
That's
yeah,
at least that's my expectation because nobody, at least nobody who's really deep into manga would normally make this kind of blunder. I would say.
yeah. But
You kind of know how to
someone
pace
did.
something, and then somebody meddled with it.
Um,
But then that kind of leaves the question: why does the editor not know manga well enough to construct a proper
I don't know.
manga
Because
series pace?
I haven't looked into who the editor for this is, because it's like there's always a possibility that with doing a job like editing, it's like, what if the first thing you work on, then the author has a really unorthodox way of pacing their story, but it works out and you like it, and then you think that that's how it should be done, but then it doesn't fit with the storytelling of other authors, so you end up like pushing them in a direction that doesn't help them. I mean, that's possible, right?
Yeah,
Yeah. So
can
I
happen.
don't know. I haven't looked up who it is, but I just wanted to say I disagree with the pacing of this series.
Yes,
Think
I
that things would be better if it was like edited for, you know, this to come before the other things.
Yes, I strongly disagree with the pacing as well.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Anyway, I didn't say the title of this chapter. This one is Chapter 10: Convenient Space Goods. Like,
Oh, they're so
what could the convenient
so
space goods
sugoi.
be? Is it about some trade that's going on? No, they just mean the equipment. That the sci-fi equipment that they use to fight aliens is itself stuff from space. So they show off what they got, and so they got a lightsaber and the noisy cricket. And I'm looking at this gun, and I'm like, how is that better than just an Earth gun?
Shoots stronger.
But they explained that they modified it to not shoot as strong so they could have more shots.
Oh. Well, then I don't know.
And also they explained that since the space equipment is connected to the controller, you have to activate it on the controller on your wrist before you can use it.
Yeah.
Yeah, so in that way it's less convenient than a regular Earth gun that you just pull out and start shooting.
The gun and the sword are just bad examples, I would say. Well, the sword is a laser sword, so maybe that's an okay example. The contact lens is a better example.
It's more of equipment and not a weapon.
But then when I saw this, I got so pissed off that he didn't even wash his hands. Just puts the thing in his eye.
He's gonna get space. He's gonna get space pink eye. It'll be so bad.
I hate it. Don't show this.
Yeah, wash your hands when you're gonna put in a contact lens. That's gross, everyone.
So then the big cliffhanger for this chapter was that the what's his name, Muro. Muro
The other
wants
leader.
him to use a sword, and he says, "No, I already have my hand. I don't need a sword. I want something
I want
that's
the
a little
lens."
bit different." And then
Yeah.
he's like, "Well, would you mind explaining why?" Really pissed off.
Yeah. I don't get why he's so pissed off.
Why is he pissed off?
Maybe he's just badly drawn. It's supposed to be quizzical. Like, you mind telling me why? But then because the author put too many lines on his face, he comes up more like, mind telling me why?
I
So,
took a test about reading faces just by the eyes, and I got a really good result. And I know
Well,
it wasn't just a
maybe Fusai Naba needs to take a test about drawing faces with just the eye. Yeah, anyway, another thing that I was questioning about this is they say it's convenience-based goods, right? And everyone gets one piece of equipment. Or no, two, because Sharaku has two, right?
Wait, everyone gets 3, I think.
Oh, really? I thought it was 1 or 2.
I think everyone gets 3.
Okay, because I was like, what? For something like lens, then I don't see why that's not something that you just get for everybody, because it doesn't require a hand.
Yes.
So it's sort of weird, because you think if you think about it in like RPG ways, this is like you get a pile of equipment, and then the vendor is like, or the tutorial guy tells you you can only have 2 at a time, or 3, whatever. But you're looking at it, and you're looking at the slots on your character's body, and you're like, okay, well, I've got a slot for head, and I've got 2 hands, and I've got a slot for the body armor. So why can't you have multiple ones? Why can't you have more?
It's kind of like how
it's too limited.
Some series, like for instance in Naruto, where I think somebody was like, why doesn't everybody get one of those special swords? Why doesn't everybody get to eat the choji calorie burning energy ball? Why doesn't everybody why doesn't everybody get equipped with the everything that exists? And sometimes there's
so much
just no explanation.
There's
for
no
it,
explanation.
other than
I feel like some of it is a little bit explained. Like, wasn't the energy ball thing for Choji related to some special training that their family does?
Yeah, probably.
Because I'm pretty sure that some of it's linked to special abilities that people could have, and everyone can only have like 1 or 2 special abilities. But yeah,
why
in this,
everybody...
it doesn't make sense unless they would explain it being like, oh, because Earth is considered kind of a backwater, it's so expensive for us to get these.
Yeah,
being like, oh, don't lose that contact lens. It cost us $50 million, something like that.
Why in Marvel? Why doesn't everybody get the the super soldier serum plus an Iron Man suit?
They explain the super serum thing, and it's kind of dumb.
It's because not everybody's compatible with it, or
no, it's a dumber explanation than that.
Oh no!
They explain that after the original guy who created it died, then only one other person figured out how to recreate the formula. And then he died too, and he didn't leave any notes. So that's why there's a limited supply of the super soldier serum. But I think the better question for Marvel is how come there's just Iron Man and War Machine, and there's now like a ton of people with Iron Man suits? Because it's like, first you might think, oh, it's because they're powered by arc reactors, so it must be very expensive to build the power source for them. But then in Iron Man 3 and what's the movie with the robot? Age of Ultron. Then it's shown that Iron Man has like dozens of automated suits that he uses, and they have good enough AI to like fly around really well and basically just be another him. And do stuff like if his suit is damaged, he just jumps out of it and has one of them catch him and put itself on him. So like, why not just have like a bunch? Yeah, there's even a part where in the third Iron Man movie where what's her name, the Gloop lady, Gwyneth Paltrow, gets an Iron Man suit put on her, And,
That's how you introduce her.
yeah, well, that's who she is. That's what she's most known for. Yeah, she gets an Iron Man suit put on her, and she's just able to use it. So it's like, yeah, unless there's some scenes that were cut from the film showing him like, oh, here's how you use one of my suits in case you're ever in big danger. That's like, she just gets it put on her, and she's okay. She's fine using it like really quickly to fight her way out of the bad guy's base. I think it's like an oil rig or something they're on. Yeah, whatever.
What you're saying is there's no reason to not give it to everybody.
Yeah, maybe not like everybody, but like all of the Avengers at least.
See, here's what you should do. Everybody gets the
Black
super
Widow,
serum.
because people make fun of like Black Widow and Hawkeye. They suck compared to everybody else because they have squishy normal human bodies. Well, everyone else on the team is like very durable. But just give them Iron Man armor.
Give them Iron Man armor, give them the super soldier serum, then teach them how to do the Doctor Strange stuff, and maybe if it's really rare, but ask Black Panther to just give everybody a little
give everyone the
vibranium,
flower. Yeah,
so everybody gets a vibranium weapon, like one weapon that they're really good at, made of vibranium. Is that too much to ask?
I think that's the only thing in Marvel that's like super limited. Is like, vibranium is like this weird space metal, so it's very rare. But yeah, you could have had it. It's like, everyone gets one. The whole team gets one vibranium item. Or like
and
also
teach them how to do the magic.
Also,
just give everybody the everything.
Thor, he's got like the space equipment, right, from Asgard they got from Tyrion. Yeah, just have him like go there and give them more stuff. Get them more of that magical equipment. They don't do it. That's why they lost to Thanos. They didn't play it like a RPG. They left their characters unoptimized.
Somebody just didn't go into the menu. I knew somebody who didn't figure out how to equip materia in Final Fantasy VII until...
Did they finish the game?
Yeah, almost.
That's
went
amazing.
As far as the Yuffie side quest where they take away all of your stuff.
And then
like,
when what? You can put this stuff in your equipment?
That's when he started to question why the game was so difficult before.
That's hilarious. Wow. Yeah, so that's Hawkeye and Black Widow. They never figured out how to put materia into their equipment. And that's why it's been so hard for them. Yeah. Anyway,
this chapter gets 48 points from me.
Yeah, I wouldn't say I was disappointed in this chapter. I just thought it was weird, like that it's placed here.
No, it is bad because it introduces two completely unrelated characters without, like, why were they never introduced before? They just serve the purpose of, I want different faces because the other ones are ugly, and I want people to think the cute girl is cute. It doesn't make any sense why she's there. It doesn't get explained. Nobody questions why a small baby
Maybe
child
there will be an explanation next time, but I doubt it. I'm just like, we got the roll call before, and then we had one chapter where Tatsumi is hanging out with the one guy with the shaved hair.
Yeah.
And we get like the one part where he fights the girl with the hat, and otherwise there's no characterization for those people.
Yeah.
And it doesn't feel like a team. And then now it's like, oh, by the way, here's another team you're going to be training with. So it's a bit weird. The other thing I wanted to mention is that he puts on the lens, and they're like, oh, it gives you all sorts of information with your vision. So you can activate like predator vision and night vision, and also it'll just like tell you stuff that you want to know about your environment. And he looks at this girl, and it identifies her as 99.8% Earthling. And I'm like, oh, I wonder what it would give if he looked at his brother. Like, how sure would it be that he's an Earthling? The lens would be like, I don't know, 50-50?
A lot of people looked at that 99.8% and were like, oh, that means there's something going on with her. And I thought...
Oh, they read it as if it means she's 0.2% alien and not that it's
Yes,
99.8% sure that she's human, that she's an Earthling.
exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly. Some people just have never used technology that's
Mhm.
only giving you a
A
approximation
chance
of.
instead of an
Yeah.
amount. Yeah. Yeah, that's another thing that you
Anyways,
learn from playing RPGs. You see the chance instead of the amount. Anyway, going on.
next manga.
Something that is flying and, in fact, rushing to the end. Doron,
Oh, it's so
Dororon.
bad.
It's going to the end so quickly. This chapter is 34, Big Brother Hanzo. So, like, oh, well, the title like that, the real fight must only just beginning.
Double page
yeah,
of
the
Mr.
main villain is
Uji
gonna go.
fighting the fox-eyed
Fox
guy.
Yeah, I was like,
And
who cares?
one panel reveal that the fox guy just made duplicates of himself.
Mm-hmm.
And it's just dealt with on the next page. Like,
I know.
he presses the button
so
that
rushed.
makes the bad guy disappear.
Yeah,
It's
like
so
the entire. Well, it's weird because I would say that it's the fault of maybe the editor being like, you got to wrap this up soon. That they're rushing through the Phantom Command and taking out the Fox guy. But then I remember earlier when they fought the tentacle arm guy, the Darkness guy, and his buddies, like the Spider Girl, they also all got taken out super fast. So I'm like,
yeah, that's true.
maybe it's just the author isn't good at having drawn out battles. they all end so quickly.
The author always makes the mistake of having shaky cam panels where you can't tell what's going on.
These pages are so extreme for that. Look how
and
shaky it is.
the solution is that everything he's done should have all just been slice of life.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, just avoid this stuff as much as possible. It's like, like Witch Watch. It did some plot stuff, and we're like, it's kind of boring. And then it just went super hard into the slice of life stuff.
And fight. Oh, yeah.
And like pushing the plot stuff to the back. So I'm looking at this, being like, it would have been much better if chapters would have a super quick battle like this, and then go back to just fun interactions between the characters, instead of this is like battle, and it's like, it's because it's ending, isn't it?
It is. It's so unorthodox to introduce villain characters and dispose of them in less than an entire entire chapter. Normally, you would make up a design and then dedicate one whole chapter to this villain.
And the designs aren't even that great, because if it was someone like
that's a different
like Kubo
matter. But
from Bleach, who obviously loves doing lots of different designs, then maybe I could understand, like, he just wanted to draw lots and lots of enemies, and then couldn't think of enough for them to do, but wanted to stick them in the series.
With interesting gimmicks for all of the villains.
They all had, like, well, not all, but most of them had like some gimmicks, some interesting thing in their fight, or some backstory going on with them. So it wasn't this like, here's my power, on the next page he's dead. Didn't have that rushed feeling.
These Mononoke have, especially these, have extremely stereotypical, unoriginal powers. Like, this guy can shoot fire, and this guy can shoot electricity. This guy made a block of water.
Yeah.
And Fox guy just duplicated himself, because that's what foxes do, right?
Yeah, exactly. That's the fox deal. So I was like, okay, well, they beat them, so that's all of the big shot Mononoke down. So we've seen how powerful the final fortress, the samurai officers, are. Then the big bad comes out, Hanzo, and he shows off how super evil he is. He's got like the cracks around his eyes, like Mads Mikkelsen in Doctor Strange, and he just instantly kicks everyone's butts. Like, all of the officers kicks their butts. Even the two old guys show up, and he kicks their butts too. So and they do like the sort of Anakin Skywalker, Darth Vader thing. Where it's like, my friend is gone. It's just the evil version of him now.
Right.
And then Doron and Kusanagi appear. And it's like, go fight. You can win, right? And at that, I was like, can they?
Yeah, but look how unprepared they are. He's like, I know you can fight them, the bad guy.
Yeah, go beat that guy who just beat all of us.
They're really not into it on this page. I mean, they do the got it and rush off. But they're like,
so they're like, what? You want me to do what? Because like previously, I was thinking about it. Dora and Kusanagi in other fights, they didn't seem to be any stronger than Uji or Naotora.
Yeah.
They seem to be about equivalent to the officers.
Yes.
And then the officers couldn't land a hit on the old man in the meeting.
Right.
And the old man, along with the other old man, couldn't beat Hanzo.
Yes.
So it's like, from that, Dora has no chance. They're screwed unless he does like the Asta thing. It's just like, well, I'm gonna get stronger. I'm gonna surpass my limits, and just does it during the battle. And was so like, yeah, I'm sure that'll happen. That's the stereotypical shonen manga thing to happen, but there's just been no setup for like how he's gonna pull extra power out of his butt.
Yeah, well, I suppose he will, in the middle of it, figure out how him and Kusanagi are two hearts together, and that will make them stronger than somebody who only has one heart. But then again, this guy, I guess, fused with the Mononoke, so he probably also has two or even more. So why does it put Dora and Kusanagi?
I don't know. It's like they're the same, but this guy actually has way more experience than them and is way more ruthless. They're gonna be like, we're gonna beat you with the power of friendship, and then we'll see little Hanzo alone on a swing set, be like, I have friends too.
We are moving towards an ass pull and a very unsatisfying ending. And
how many chapters do you think this has got left in it? 3?
Didn't somebody say that it still has X amount of chapters because the last
because of the volume?
Because of the volume?
Do they have to fill out the volume? They can't just have a. I think it was this that a new volume. I think so. That a new volume just came out, so they're like they gotta have a few more chapters just to be able to fill up the space on that.
Let me
be a weird size. But
one volume usually nowadays has 9 chapters, right? And we are now on 34. So the next number that can be divided by 9 is 36.
So you got
no, is it? Wait, 30.
Yeah, it's 36.
Yes, 36. So 2 more chapters at least.
Yeah.
Unless it's 10 chapters per volume, then we're screwed.
No, we'll just assume it's 2. We'll see you in 3 weeks and see if this is over yet. But
would be nice.
It's been a while that I've been smelling this this series coming to an end, and it feels like it's getting closer and closer. Because I think some things we've seen like, oh, it's coming to an end, and then like Earthchild, we're like, oh, it's gonna end, and then they're like, nope, we're gonna do a different thing. This really seems like it's gonna end very soon. Going on, we have the actual Earthchild, which is somehow still not over.
It's so bad.
Yeah, so we talked before about how this series often gives like these gratuitous butt shots for Kareri. Maybe it's just an Earthchild thing, because look, her son's getting it too.
You thought this one was supposed to be sexy?
No, it was just a gratuitous butt shot, just from the angle. And
there's a difference between a sexy ass shot and a non-sexy ass shot. And when Kareri does it, you always see how stupid, in what kind of stupid poses she's contorting herself into just to give the maximum TNA. And
It's
I mean, I
funny
guess
because
it
I
would
see
be-
that I see those sort of poses in fan art. I'm like, oh, it's great. And then you see it in actual manga, and you're like, they're trying too hard to bait us.
There is a fine line between trying too hard and trying at all.
Yeah, it's very
You have
deep.
to straddle it.
That's something you should tell the pianist in pppppp.
So this is the chapter in which Karede's habit of trying to create fond memories serves as Mamoru's strength against the fake
Yes.
premonitions from Earthchild. She
Yeah.
creates these clouds that are just telling Mamoru, "Oh, we hate you," and
Yeah, so Earthchild is doing this stupid illusion thing where it's like
so bad. It's so
showing Mamoru
stupid.
clouds that look like his parents, saying, Mamoru, just let us die. We hate you anyway. Just let us die. And I'm like, this is so dumb. Like, first of all, why would she think that would work? And second of all, it shows him getting like really stressed out at it. It's like, you think he's been going on missions for a while. You should be prepared for weird stuff to happen. So it shows as if he's like, oh, is this true? Well, it's like, no, it's just obvious dumb illusion. And then
Why? How can she recreate the voices through clouds and not just make a normal hallucination? Just
show
put it inside his
ghostly
mind.
forms right there in front of him. Yeah.
Why can't she?
Make
Why
it more
can't
realistic.
she create enormous weather phenomena? Why can't she do all of this stuff, but she can't like put a tiny little hallucination into a stupid human?
Yeah.
She can put those enormous powers into a human, but she can't make an intricate thing. Like it gets worse when waste can create complete memories.
Because they even remind
Why
us of
can't-
that in here
why can't
when Kareri is
Earthchild do
talking
that?
about she wants to make real memories for Mamoru's childhood. And she's
Because
like,
she found out that all of her memories until she was 10 were fake.
yeah, which is so stupid. So, am I misremembering? Because somehow I was under the impression before that they had told her that she had amnesia and forgotten when she was younger than 10 from something. But they actually gave her fake memories.
Right. Now that you mention it.
Yeah.
I think there was a mention where they said she can't remember anything before
That's what
she
I
was
thought.
10.
It was like, is this a retcon or am I misremembering a previous chapter?
think
Either
it's-
way, it's
I
really
think we
stupid.
just never pointed out how stupid it is that they were talking about, because they were talking about fake memories, right?
Yeah.
And I think we never just put the two things together and were like, wait a minute, this doesn't make sense.
Yeah.
Because
we get a
these
little
concepts
montage.
existed previously.
Right. We get a montage of what fake memories Waste gave Kareri. And it's like stuff like, oh, cuddling with a teddy bear and walking around with your parents as little kids. Like, that's normal. And one of them is being chased by hornets. It's like, why would they give her that fake memory?
Oh, I didn't even see that.
Yeah.
The one where she's holding hands with her dad is where she has probably like the graduation from either kindergarten or elementary school, because it has the Sotsugyo sign in the back, and she's wearing something a little bit nicer, but still the like kindergarten head. So I think that's the kindergarten
graduating from kindergarten.
Graduation.
Yeah. Yeah, it's just sort of weird because.
Oh wait, and it does even say Nyugak Shiki at the. So that's her elementary school entrance on the right.
Yeah.
Yeah. The kindergarten graduation on the left, the elementary school entrance on the right.
Because, like, you think about it, if you're training up a superhero, then if you have the ability to create for them fake memories from when they're a kid, what would you do for them? Would you just make it completely as normal as possible? Or would you give them... Yeah.
Why not?
Would you give them things like being attacked by wild animals to make them mentally tougher and prepared for that?
Well, you mean we should put more dangerous
give her more hornets to fight off. Yeah. It's like how much
That's
how
a
much of
whole-
those memories, like how effective on her personality and skills were there? Because also like
There's a whole other manga behind
could they
somebody trying to put fake memories into a child and thinking about all of the memories that will make the child stronger.
Is this a real
That's a
manga or are
completely
you?
new. No, that's a completely new series that we are
Yeah, it would
coming
be
up with right here, which would be more interesting,
more interesting
than what
than
we
this,
got
yeah.
out of Earthchild.
What if you implanted if you did like the Matrix and implanted memories of being really good at kung fu?
Yeah,
Yeah, do that.
do that.
Yeah. Kareri wakes up. She's 10 years old. She's like, I know kung fu.
That would be good. I would appreciate
a better
the
storyline.
the extremely cheesy reference would have been so much better than anything we've gotten out of the series so far.
Yeah. The thing is, like, when she talks about in the flashback, she's like, oh, I want to make real memories for you, Mamoru. I was like, oh, that's kind of nice, kind of wholesome. And then I see all of this where it's like fake memories, and it's just like, oh, could have done something more interesting with that, but they didn't. They decided to focus on the dumbest stuff in this series.
The thing with Earthchild is it throws in so many sci-fi concepts that would warrant a whole series just about this one thing, like aging children up, giving fake memories, whatever they also had. But all of these kind of small things that create that are part of this stupid series are sci-fi
even
enough
just the
to
existence of the memory erasing thing, but the guy can
Yes.
escape from it somehow.
Yes.
It's like there's been whole movies about that.
About just that.
Yeah, just that. So it's just kind of ignored here. A very small part of his backstory. Yeah. So at the end of the chapter, we get Mamoru reiterating that he's gonna fight Earth-chan. Don't try to rip my family apart. And the 2 pages, they compare Mamoru's Earthchild eyes, because as we've seen before, all the Earth children have these like cloudy Earth globe eyes. And
that's normally something that you need surgery for.
And then
if your eyes are this cloudy, probably like gray.
Probably something wrong with that. And then Earth-chan is eating her globe lollipop.
Yeah.
It's like, it just makes me think she's sucking on his eyeball. It's weird.
That's a fetish. I've seen that.
I'm sure it is. Yeah. So I was like, yeah, good, Mamoru. Reject that dumb future because it was stupid. I don't know why Earth-chan tried it again. But this battle is just kind of nonsense.
You know what would be nice if Mamoru now gets so angry that he's starting to destroy Earth himself?
Yeah, and his family has to bring him down. Like, no, don't go so far. Don't destroy the Earth. We live here.
Oh, you think?
Maybe.
I guess so. So maybe that's the solution. Mamoru gets super angry. He starts doing something that's kind of like breaking the planet in half, even though that's way too powerful. And Earth-chan goes like, "Oh no, it hurts, and I can't stop him because he's too powerful. I made him too powerful as a joke." And then his family calms him down, and then that kind of creates the stalemate of, "Oh, I shouldn't destroy the family because otherwise Mamoru is going to destroy the Earth." Which is, I would say,
that's also a stupid ending, though.
Yeah, that would be the worst ending because it makes him into a villain.
Yeah. It's
as long as he
raising a superhero.
Yes, it's the opposite of the message that was alluded to in the very first chapter, or the first 2 chapters, where where you think it's going to be about raising a superhero to become a good person, that he doesn't slip into becoming a supervillain. But Earth-chan made exactly this happen.
Yeah.
I wouldn't even be mad if that was the ending.
To be honest, at this point, I'm
Mhm.
fine with any ending as long as it ends.
Yeah.
Because the part where Earthchild is showing him the illusions of his parents saying, "Let us be at peace. Let us die." I'm like, this is also characters talking to the author. Just let their series end. Let it die. Like we said before, let this guy just go play Elden Ring. But also we weren't thinking the series itself is in pain because it's so badly written.
You
Put
know,
it out of its misery.
now that you mention it, in his author comment in this issue,
Mm-hmm.
Hideo Shinkai also dreams about other activities he could be doing if he wasn't writing.
Okay, yeah. Well, we'll look at that after you give me the number for how do you rate this, because I rated this very bad.
What
Do
would
not
be
read
the
this
number
manga.
be? What would it be? Is it a 0 or is it
Is it a
something
0?
else? Yes, it
What
is
could
a
it be?
0.
A
It's
0?
always a 0.
Yeah, this. So I think of all these series, for months I've been saying this is the bottom and needs to be canceled as soon as possible. And if I
It
was going to
has been
recommend
on the
series to
bottom
other
for a
people
while.
who are interested in manga, so I think you don't need to recommend stuff like One Piece because everyone's already reading it. Everyone who cares about manga.
You'd be surprised how many people
Really?
look at the chapter number of One Piece and are like,
And they're
this is
like, I
too
don't
long.
want to read it. Yeah.
I don't want to read it. People who are like, what should I read as a manga?
Mm-hmm.
Usually come from an anime perspective and maybe looked at One Piece and are like, this looks kind of like shit.
Mm-hmm.
And I don't understand the hype about it. So you should definitely
Okay, then I'll always recommend One Piece. Because let me think. What's currently running that's the most normie thing to like? It's probably Hero Academia then.
Yeah.
So I won't recommend Hero Academia.
Yeah.
Because everyone who'd be interested is in it.
Unless it's somebody who's coming from comics only, superhero movies.
Yeah,
only,
actually, if someone
and
only knows
wants to
superhero
get
comics
into animes, like for instance, there's people who are like, I don't know where to start. There's so many mangas and animes, and then you go like, well, do you like Marvel and DC? And then you can go like, okay, maybe start.
If you like this series, you would like that. If you like that, you would like that.
Yeah.
But like, Hero Academia, because I do know of people who say that they got into Hero Academia because they were reading so many garbage Superman comics.
Yeah.
And they're like, I want to see something where Superman is cool. And people are like, well, All Might is basically Superman, and he's pretty cool. And Hero Academia, and people get into that. But yeah, I would say that my biggest recommendation that I always think is just underrated is Witch Watch. It's very good series. I think more people should get into that.
Wouldn't recommend it immediately to anybody who's not reading manga. Yeah, because the thing is, most people don't want slice of life stuff, even if it has a little bit of like magic and supernatural stuff. Most people who get into manga and anime want like the creme de la creme. They want what's good about the medium, and I would say slice of life stuff is for people who already know that manga and anime can be good and have this kind of the personality that's like, I'm always so stressed out, and I kind of like, I get that for instance Monster is good, and I get that One Punch Man had a really good first season, that kind of stuff. But then you need to take into consideration if it's somebody who just needs the slice of life stuff, or if they need like the hypest.
Okay, now when you're going into like you're going into Akane-banashi territory of recommending by having read the audience really well, and I'm just saying like, this is the stuff that I think ought to be more popular. So I would tell people.
And I did it completely on accident, without thinking.
Yeah, you weren't even telling a Rakugo story. You've absorbed the lessons from it.
Yes.
I mean,
I didn't need it, but yes.
So I would definitely recommend Witch Watch. And then if someone's like, is there anything running in Shonen Jump that I should avoid? Say Earthchild, and it's because so the thing is, there's some stuff like High School Family. And what's it called? Undead Unluck. that I'm just
Yeah.
completely uninterested in because it doesn't
The
look
art
good.
style's just so,
Like, I
so
read one
ugly.
chapter of each and was just like, I don't really need to read it. And I would assume that most people I know would also have similar aesthetics and
Yes.
be like, yeah, I'm
Yes.
not going to get into this. But the thing is, Earthchild can trick you because it's competently drawn. So I would have to tell people avoid Earthchild because if you get into this, you're going to end up annoyed at how badly written it is so many times. So yeah, always tell people to avoid Earthchild.
I would recommend reading Earthchild to people as an example of how to completely fuck up your slot in Shonen Jump.
Or actually, you know who I would recommend it to is if someone's like, oh, I really want to start writing a manga series. I'd be like, read Earthchild, because every chapter you're going to be like, oh, I would have done this differently, and it'll give you ideas for your own thing. Yeah, that's the only case in which I would recommend Earthchild.
And that's the value of even reading garbage, because it always makes you learn and appreciate. It makes you think. And it makes you appreciate the better stuff.
Exactly. Yeah, it's like the discussion of I forget what they call it. There's this old philosophical discussion of how people can't enjoy things unless they know about suffering.
Yeah.
Because otherwise it's just normal, right?
And when you read Earthchild, you know suffering.
I think that was sort of, I forget which philosopher started that discussion, but it's like kind of like the starting point of Westworld, of how they put the robots who they want to become sentient into this really dangerous world for them, where they're like getting killed over and over again. It's like, oh, once they know suffering, then they can understand happiness and self-awareness and stuff. But yeah, for us, we need to read stuff like Earthchild to truly appreciate the really good stuff. That's
the blessings that we have been given.
The blessings of this wonderful world. Anyhow, you got this picture of a one-shot. What is this?
I have no idea. It's called Roku no Meiyaku.
Looks weird.
Meiyaku spelled different as it would be spelled, because the Mei is the kanji for darkness, but I think it would have normally just be translated as Roku's oath or pledge or whatever.
Do you think Roku is this weird creature in the middle, or one of the guys?
Who knows? It's just interesting how there's one kind of weird guy in between two normal looking guys.
I feel like that sort of thing, it happens in some comedies, but then it happens in stuff that's like trying to give you a dramatic message, like Takopi or Goodnight Poon Poon.
Right.
It's like a genre.
I would never recommend to anybody.
Yeah. What would you call that genre?
Suffering
genre. Yeah. I hope this isn't another entry in the suffering genre.
Who knows? Anyways, let's go to the
I'm gonna forget entirely about that series next week.
Yeah.
I'll be like, what? Roku's what? I don't remember any series like that. Is there any comment that you wanted to highlight? I'm looking for Hideo Shinkai right now to see what he said.
He's at the bottom where he belongs.
I'm where I am today thanks to 10 years of encouragement from the Flower Company's song Shinya Kosoku. I hope I can go to Hibiya Open Air Concert Hall. Oh, yeah. Was there a concert?
I hope I was doing anything else besides drawing this manga.
I wish I wasn't writing Earthchild. Free him.
What if all of his efforts to make the series bad is just him getting out of this
he
situation?
Started it, and they're like, you can be published in the weekly magazine. He's like, oh my god, I'm never gonna have any free time. So like after the first chapter, he's just like, I'm just gonna do as much bullshit as I can to get this canceled. They keep being like, no, you can have another volume. Keep going. He's like, damn it.
I wish that was the case.
I want to go to a concert.
Considering that he has already had different attempts at getting serialized in Jump, I think he's just a hack.
He's just bad at writing. Sad.
He's just really bad at writing.
Well, in my headcanon, he's trying his darndest to make it bad on purpose so he can go play Elden Ring and watch concerts.
Do you remember last week when the Mashle author was like, I eat beef bowl 37
so much
times per week?
Yeah, it's a lot of people.
He's still doing it.
It don't stop.
Continues doing it.
So
Never
much beef
stop.
bowl. Yeah.
So he says, I got emotional each time I eat Yoshinoya's Negitama beef bowl. It's so good. I like somebody
he knows
who
what he
can
likes.
at least,
keeps
talking
that
about
should
it.
be his next series. It's just a series
Somebody
where every
just
week a
eats
guy
it.
eats beef bowl. Yeah. Like, it's so delicious.
Speaking of overeating, Eiichiro Ora is also eating too much sushi because
I ate
the
40
sushi
plates. That's a lot of sushi. Jeez. Wait,
Is
in
it?
order to play the Bikurapan gacha.
Yeah.
What's that? What's the Bikurapan gacha?
You can win prizes when you
eat sushi, win prizes.
eat sushi. Yeah.
So you ate 40 plates of sushi. Because I'm thinking like, I'm assuming that's like the sort of like conveyor belt sushi where you get the small plate and there's only like one or two pieces on it. Even then, 40 is so much. You'd be so.
Now that's a
full
good
after
amount.
that.
That's a small amount.
So
That's
right now,
a very
I'm
small amount. What are you talking about? That's a very small
I'm
amount.
imagining like the movie Bob picture.
Yes.
Where it's got the normal amount of McDonald's for a
That's
the average
that's what I meant.
American. You have like a huge tray with 40 plates of sushi and Oda's behind it. Like, this is a normal amount of sushi for a Japanese person to eat.
For real though, I can eat so much sushi. I love sushi.
Yeah, I'm like, I like sushi, but 40 plates? I don't think I would be able to eat 40 plates.
But sushi is like, it's gone so quickly that you really need more. Like, you have one tray and you need another one after you ate it.
You have to savor it. I don't think I could do it because I think I'm trying to think how does wasabi change the game for you when you're eating sushi? Because you know some sushi they put the wasabi inside it. Yeah. Because I'm like
doesn't matter.
I'm a bit sensitive to like spicy and that sort of thing. So I'm like if they put the wasabi inside it, then I would probably have a lower threshold of how much sushi I could eat. I could probably eat more if it was just like the little soy sauce on the side.
I've recently gotten more sensitive to spicy food as well, but wasabi is still on the like mild side for me. Wasabi doesn't fuck me up, but any kind of jalapeno stuff is getting really dangerous. Even though I've eaten so spicy food in the past, but
there's some peppers that I just can't deal with. Jalapenos, I'm like usually fine. Like I can deal with them usually.
I like it,
if it's with something else. I can't deal with when they just give you like the plate or bowl that's just peppers. Have you ever seen those? There's some Mexican restaurants that do that. They'll just give you like an extra bowl and it's just nothing but peppers. They're like, yeah, you can eat these on the side of your things. It's sort of like when you go to a Korean place and they give you all of the pickles, but it's nothing but peppers. And I remember my brother used to just like he would take that and just eat it, not on the side of other stuff. He would just be like, oh, these peppers are really good. Did you get some too? Give me the peppers. And he would just just be scarfing down the entire peppers. And I think eventually he got an ulcer and he had to stop doing that.
Well, 10 years ago I probably would have done the same, but maybe I also got an ulcer.
Yeah, I can't deal with
maybe
that.
I can't do it
never
anymore.
Was able to deal with that level of spicy. I'm like, I'll put it on the side of like, just put a little bit of the pepper with like the tacos or rice bowl or whatever. But I'm not gonna just eat a pepper. Any other
wasabi
comments?
is okay.
Yeah, wasabi's different, but it's also something I would never just like eat on its own.
On a challenge, maybe.
Yeah, I think I would decline the challenge. I'd be like, no thanks.
It depends what I get out of the challenge. If it's like monetary values, like
Mhm.
sign me up. But if it's just for honor, like fuck
Yeah.
you. I'm not. I know what it tastes like. I don't need to get tricked into it.
You
Some
don't
people
need the
don't know what
honor.
wasabi. Yeah,
Mhm. Yeah.
I'm built different.
Yeah. Any other comments you want to point
No,
out?
that's all. Everything else
Yeah.
kind of. Everybody's talking about summer and what they're eating, and these
Mhm.
are just the 2 or 3 comments that I thought were interesting to highlight.
Horikoshi says, "Only the dentist who treats me like a kid. They gave me so much painkiller." Have you've
That's
seen
good.
the video of the dentist reaching for another tool and the patient reach up
Yeah.
and does the heart hand?
Yes.
Yeah, I saw an alternate version of that where someone was talking about going to the dentist and the dentist said suction and she started sucking on his finger when he was meaning for the the assistant to put the thing to suck out the extra water from your mouth. And I'm like, I don't know if that's real. That's pretty funny to think of.
That does sound made up, but I'm
Yeah.
willing to believe it.
Mm-hmm. All right,
Anyway,
and I think that's a good note to
it.
end.
Yeah, that's it for us. We
Yeah.
will see each other
All
in
right.
2
See
weeks
you in a
when the
couple
next issue
weeks.
comes out. Bye bye.
Our dental work is only just beginning.